Hello everyone and welcome along to a brand new series of the European Sports Car Championship, and we are live for the first round here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, here in the northeastern part of Spain. We have qualifying very nearly wrapped up now as we watch here the closing stages in a few short moments time, and then following that we will have the full race of 4 hours around this classic 2.89 miles or 4.65 kilometre circuit. My name is Ashley Denman. Alongside me this evening or this afternoon, wherever you're from, is the charismatic Lorenzo Bonda, and keeping the broadcast running smoothly behind the scenes is Samuli Kumo. Lorenzo, opening day for the series. I mean, firstly, how are you doing on this very fine afternoon? And secondly, are you excited for this as I am? Because I'm sure we're about to bear witness to a fantastic start to a series.
It should be really good. Thank you, Ash. I'm quite thrilled to be commentating over here. This is going to be a good race, highly technical. Looking forward to see how the LMP3s, P2s, and eventually the GT3s will fare around this racetrack. It's not the first time we've been here. We've been here last season, and it was a very interesting race of sorts. A very close finish between Tri-State and Scimitar, with Scimitar coming out on top. Looking for a potential repeat of that one in this track. Yeah,
absolutely, and quite a few big, you could say big drivers, big names out there in terms of teams and drivers, of course. And like you say, last year we were sort of rewarded with a fantastic spectacle at the end, and those teams once again I'm sure will be looking to vie for those top positions. You mentioned Tri-State Racing, of course they were tied runners up for the series, so they'll be looking to go one better. You've got to keep an eye out for NOP as well, the Swedish outfit. They'll be trying to hang on to their crown and defend their glory. You've got other teams out there to definitely keep an eye on. I mean, one that I've certainly got my eye on is going to be I want to say it's the IRL team. And they're based off of real-life drivers from the series that this follows, Lorenzo, the European Le Mans series.
Which is really cool. Always good to have the experience of, real-life drivers coming into the series, not only having fun in the real life, but also in the virtual aspect of the track as well, as we're looking into open qualifying. Another interesting thing, of course, nothing that you normally see around in official settings in iRacing. I think the matter that you have open track for everybody makes this a little bit more enticing. And also another thing is this will be the first qualifying we're going to have with this new tire, the modeling that we have for the LMP2 tires.
Yeah, certainly will. It does affect the LMP2 more than most, we should say, because the LMP3s are a little bit affected, but maybe not quite as much. But I mean, looking at the lap times there from sort of LMP2 to the Pro-Ams of that category as well, and then to the sort of LMP3s, I mean, they're not a massive distance between them in terms of lap time. I mean, also the GT3s in there as well. They're running ever so close, really, when you look at it. I'm actually quite impressed by the speed there of the LMGT3 class we have, because they're pretty much matching the prototypes. You don't often see that. I wonder if that is down to a bit of tyre management and trying to get them warmed up.
Mostly, actually, is because the LMP3s haven't received the new tire in iRacing. So I was actually looking at this when I was looking and browsing through the Sebring 12 times when I was doing something for my team. The lap times in there, they're about 2 seconds, mostly 3 seconds slower. Nowadays, the LMP2 cars and mostly GTPs, but we don't have GTPs around here, they kind of like match closely what real life does. But the LMP3s are still yet to watch. But on pace, averagely, they're not as fast. I would say about 2.5 seconds slower. Whenever the new tires come in, eventually next season, we're going to see that maybe feature into the fold.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned there, of course, replicating sort of real life. We should also probably mention here, Lorenzo, that the series here, the European Sports Car Championship that we have running here, very much mirrors the European Le Mans series from real life, and because of that, a lot of the rules are pretty much just transfer over one-to-one in terms of the format itself, but the ruling as well. So we should say sort of things like towing, Lorenzo. You know, we're going to maybe see a lot of yellow flags, maybe a virtual safety car if things really do go a bit sideways, or a full-blown safety car. Who knows? Because teams will have to request or if they need to be towed back. They can't just simply do it because they can. They need to, of course, message race control, and so there'll be lots of sort of communications between race control teams and getting everything right there. So it seems like it's all very much held up to an incredibly high standard. I'm kind of intrigued by it, if I'm being honest, Lorenzo. I've not had this sort of format before for iRacing or indeed sort of my commentating career thus far. So I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are on it.
I do have some experience, not only driving but also commentating on it, and it's interesting. It's very interesting. Not easy to do, not by a stretch of a mile, because you, in my experience, you kind of have to preset where you would be able to go into an area where you can tow safely without triggering a yellow flag, or if that area of where your car stopped would automatically trigger a yellow flag regardless if you tow the car or not. So the rulings, they have to be, you know, well laid out to the team so they properly understand what is the proper way for you to go around. But it should be interesting for around Barcelona. I'm thinking about where cars could be safely retrieved. There isn't too many spots on the racetrack because of the elevation change. But I'm thinking mostly before turn number 9. I think would have a few spots.
Yeah, I think there's a bit more runoff around those areas as well. If correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, it's sort of, if there's a lot of runoff, I think you can somewhat safely retrieve a car and less so much causing a bit of havoc in the way. The other thing we should then bring on to Lorenzo is the drivers themselves. Of course, they'll have to follow all the rules that have been laid out to them, and I'm sure we'll cover those as we go forward in the broadcast. The driver categorization, I should say, of course, it again mirrors real life. We have bronze, silver, gold and platinum, and that is sort of based on their I rating and periodically sort of their historic 12-month I rating as well. I mean, that is also going to affect sort of team strategy potentially as well. I mean, I know the GT3s and the Pro-Ams LMP2, they're required to start with a bronze driver, but sort of LMP2, LMP3, they do have a bit of open choice and open range, so maybe they can think about who they want to start qualifying and then the race itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to give a little bit of the lay of the land, is not any driver that can go platinum. You have to have in between the range of 4,000 to 5,000 I rating, and after that basically that peak you normally wouldn't be able to drive. You would be considered too high. But it's gonna be interesting. I'm just gonna lay it out. It kind of depends on mostly on the teams. Let's just say LMP2s, right? Not the Pro-Am, but the normal one. You could opt for a lineup of silver drivers only, silver and gold, silver and platinum, and the gold and platinum drivers would have a max driving time of 2 hours. Whereas in a 3-driver lineup, you can basically shift a little bit, have more flexibility, less the maximum driving time. You don't have that, but you have to drive a minimum of 1 hour each. Somebody's gonna have to take the brunt of the stints, right? So these strategies do kick in a little bit more for these cars, and then LMP2 Pro-Am is going to be bronze and silver, bronze and gold and platinum, and then so forth. And for the GT3s, kind of follow the same suit. The only one that doesn't have platinum drivers would be LMP3, because LMP3s is more like a gentleman-esque prototype field. So the maximum you would have is a gold driver, where the max driver you can have in the cars for about an hour in a 3-man lineup. You can now have a gold driver in a 2-man lineup. So lots of things we can talk about as we go on through the racing.
Yeah, certainly is. I will issue a quick little apology here as we're trying to just sort out a few graphical settings to make sure everything is at a tip-top performance before we get ready for the race itself. I mean, we do have 5 minutes left here in the qualifying session itself, but I think the majority of drivers, or teams I should say, have pretty much set a lap. So I'm not too sure we're going to see many more improvements there, if any at all. We'll give you the full grid when we're doing the formation lap before we get going in green conditions. So exciting stuff still to witness. And of course, we would love to see what liveries everyone's brought to the table. I guess that's always a fun part of when you start a new series like this, especially if it's a bunch of new teams as well, Lorenzo. I don't know about you. I'm quite... I like to think of myself as a bit of a livery connoisseur, but I'm sure my taste is very much different to someone else's.
Potentially, I'm not gonna lie that I'm not the biggest connoisseur of liveries. I know a few. If I look from afar, I'm gonna say, "Oh, that car is from that team." But there are only a few that I'm probably gonna know about. I'm looking from the lineup, the grid that we have. I know a few teams from experience, and I do know their liveries, but I'm looking forward to see them just being displayed out in the Spanish racetrack for 4 hours. So this should be interesting.
Yeah, it certainly should indeed. Yeah, not long now though, until we get to the sort of green flag being, well, I say green flag, yeah, the flag being waved to get ready for the race itself. I mean, maybe another thing we can mention here a little bit about the sort of strategies potentially that could be involved here, Lorenzo. I mean, tyre limits I've got here down as the LMP2s. They only have 4 tyres available to them. The LMP3 have 5, and the GT3s have no limit at all to tyres, so they can just pit as much as they want, as much as they need. But the GT3s, they do have a balance of performance, or a BOP, as it is likely known as well. So hopefully you should see very much an even playing field. I mean, you know, brief quick look at some of them up and down the order here. I mean, a few of them have had their fuel tanks reduced. There's quite a few of them there that have actually been given a load of ballast as well. So I mean, they might potentially behave a little bit differently than you would in a normal iRacing session for this one.
Yeah, and it's gonna be very, very interesting to talk about BOP, the famous talk about BOP, right? Who doesn't like a balance of performance? Tell me a driver that you know in your experience actually that says BOP is great. Tell me one. I'll wait.
I think you'll be waiting for an awful long time, but I'm sure maybe the band Hanson, BOP, they might have liked it a little bit.
Yeah,
that's a ski reference.
Yeah, but yeah, this is gonna be interesting because I'm looking into mostly some changes from Prologue, right? Because Prologue happened a week ago, so they go around the racetrack, measure how the performance of the cars are already. If they don't have a setup, they can kind of like craft a setup. But then again, I think there have been so many baselines going around in race shops that you kind of can grab one out of the bag and try to put in the racetrack and basically shift around your liking. But there's plenty of changes, especially in LMP3s. They got less kilos to be on par with what the LMP2 does. Not on par, but be slower on the LMP2s. On average, there's a few more kilos for the Acura and less kilos for the Z06, the Huracan, and the Porsche. 5 kilos less for them, plus 5 for the Acura.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not surprised the Acura might have been hit a little bit harder from the sort of prologue that we were here a week ago. It wasn't televised, unfortunately, but it just gave the drivers an idea of what to expect here for this afternoon. But yeah, I mean, the Acura, I've been running that a fair bit myself, so I definitely like that car. It is a great fun to drive once you've got the setup sort of down for it and ready to go on that front. But yeah, we've not got too much longer now then until qualifying. The hour would have fully ended, and then of course we will get ready and lined up for the main grid itself. I mean, a few, maybe one last thing to mention before we get fully into the race, Lorenzo, and it's sort of a bit more of a formality really. Of course, again, mirroring the real life series. The virtual safety car is first year that will be introduced into the ESCC here. And so that basically means, of course, if there is a big incident and they feel like they need to bring it all slowed down, they'll deploy a virtual safety car first. If it doesn't need to go to full safety car, again, up to stewards' discretion. and they'll get roughly 2 laps of that, and the pit lane will be open, at which point they'll then get the call for a full safety car to then bring it all back. And again, just mirroring that real-life aspect of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they got to remain at pit speed limiter by whenever the safety car is actually deployed. Whoever fails to get that will be subject to a penalty, and of course, pits will be open, like you just said, when that is announced. And after approximately 2 laps, then they will be able to deploy a full safety car procedure, as already mentioned in the rules, and that will be by the discretion of the race director. So this is going to be an interesting one for us to look on whenever race goes. And if there's one thing I know from potential practice on my nearly 10 years in iRacing, Barcelona is not an easy track for traffic management, I think, especially with these 3 categories. So this is going to be interesting for drivers to get around and drive on, because it is not going to be easy, especially with the LMP3s getting quite a heavy hit on the kilos, and they're going to be a little bit more nimble going around the corners than they normally would with the current tire. So there will be a lot of patience from drivers to go around other people, despite this being the better layout of Barcelona than the hideous GT layout they used to run and the F1 layout they used to run, like, until, I don't know, even
few years ago.
Blood boils. Yeah, my blood boils when I start speaking about the old layout of Barcelona.
Yeah, I'm fully with you there, Lorenzo. You've got to have the final corner as is now.
Yeah, but you know what's odd for me to say the old layout, because it's not that old. It's kind of like 5-6 years old. The old layout is actually the new layout if we're talking about it. So it's,
the original. It's gone back to its
original,
roots.
the OG.
Exactly. No, you're spot on. It does lend itself to being fairly difficult to overtake. I think it's just sort of, the circuit as a whole is actually pretty difficult to overtake. I mean, I've got a fair bit of experience with sort of Formula One, and that is it's sometimes almost impossible to really mount an attack. And of course, they have the extra benefit of a drag reduction system, so that they can open their rear wing and help get a bit of extra boost down the straight. And even then, it's still a struggle to pass. But I mean, you're right, for multi-class racing here, this is of course going to be a bit trickier to maybe navigate some of that traffic. But enough about that. We'll find out how it all goes for everybody very soon indeed, Lorenzo, because we've got the grid here from qualifying itself. So we can see the NOP have started where they finished off from last season. They're your defending champions, and they've stuck it right on pole position. So Mikael Sundström is going to be very happy with that. You've got Hugo Robb there keeping him company, a fellow Swede alongside, so Swedish front row. How about that one? Evan Goys is going to be third, with Luis Diaz in fourth. Then we're going to have Julian Goffinet in next on the row. I say that because he's actually in the amateur class. They've split it, and I'm having to look at the timing tell here. So if you bear with me just 2 seconds, I can get this all sorted out and make it easier. Sorry. Corbin Lenaway will be next in fifth, with Walter Lux in sixth. Marcelo Capietto is going to be seventh, with Tanner Prater eighth. Pedro Marquez is 9th, with Christian Sherrard 10th, and Eric Tadeo is going to be 11th in that top LMP2 category. Lorenzo, why don't you take us through the Pro-Ams here?
Yeah, absolutely. Julian Goffinet in the Delta V Racing is in first place, with then De Ruyter in second. Fabian Albers by Alpine by XRL is going to be in third. Velocity with Liam De Kock is going to be in fourth. Pierce Sunderup for Impact fifth, Luis Vasquez for Revolution sixth. Then the last row is going to be Arya Bastard Prismatic and Bartosz Dziakunski actually for East Block in 8th place.
Yeah, I knew this was going to be fun for us trying to pronounce all the names for the first time. We'll get there. Apologies, everybody, and please do correct us if we really do butcher it. But we'll jump to the LMP3s then, as Marco Di Costanzo for Kitsune takes pole position there, with Mathis Sachat for Unity alongside him. Rachel Concoli for Prismatic in third, with Danny Buchu in Simotech for fourth. Jack Kunan is for Wildfire is fifth, with Zachary Liebold and Bartosz Piaszczki. And now they start moving around, so it's slowly moving up and down on the timing screen here, but I will get there still. David Go and Stefan Selby round out the final few cars there on the LMP3 grid.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to make this quick. Vortex in P1, DR by TS is in second, Dynaco in third, Delta Racing in fourth, PCS and ITJ is going to be on the third row, Freedom Sport and Old Firm in the fourth row, Rising Panda and Project 91 on the fifth row, VR Racing and Quadash in the sixth row for the GT3 class.
Yeah, fantastic. You got through that so quickly. It's okay because
I had to take a breather.
They do go round for one more lap, so they do have a full formation lap still, Lorenzo, so we've still got plenty of time. But it should give us a nice bit of a glimpse at the cars then for the first time as we wait for them to sort of go around, and we can get an idea of what sort of liveries everyone's running, and as they start to try and get into the mindset of as a racer. Of course, that's what you need to do when you're in this situation. Really focus on getting the good start and making it to the first corner first, because then, of course, you control the race a little bit easier.
Yeah, absolutely. But one of the things is, since this is the first start with the LMP2s, right, on new tires, we know it's quite interesting. I was having a discussion on another league. The LMP2s are actually faster than the GTP, so they do have a lot of mechanical grip under the cold tires. The problem is cold tires, so the braking does get a little bit tricky. You might have to fiddle with the TCs a little bit more to try to keep the car in place. So this could prove a little bit more difficult for the Pro-Am drivers, because the Pro-Am drivers are going to be, by obligation, they must be bronze drivers in qualifying, therefore they got to start the race as well. So this is going to be the more challenging for them if they're not prepared for a launch start, especially with an extra lap in it. So they might struggle under that in comparison to a potential LMP3s, which are kind of like currently unchanged, but still it's bronze drivers throughout. So looking forward to see how that is going to go. You were talking about the tire strategies. I think the tire strategy is going to be key, because it isn't the hottest track that we're going to be driving in this season so far. There will be hotter tracks, so the tire management is going to be a little bit more unloaded for these guys, so they can drive around the racetrack a little bit more. The question is, they're not going to be able to change tires as much. I think they're going to have to double stint tires every hour they go, especially the LMP2s and the LMP2 Pro-Ams. The LMP3s, though, you do get a little bit more leniency. In GT3s, we know it's a one pit stop every hour or every hour plus, so they can change tires and fuel at the same time. So it's not going to make a much difference. They're going to be wasting 3 sets at most. So that's why we don't need that hard limit for them. So looking forward to see how they will be going for the race in terms of how management, tire management will go for the teams overall in the higher tiers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got air temperature about 20 degrees, track temperature roughly 26 as well. So you mentioned there, Lorenzo, they should be a little bit easier on the tyre wear in general. But we're coming up to finish the formation lap, so we're getting ready to go for green conditions here for the first time this season. Will LOP get the start that it's looking for, or will GazX potentially steal it away down towards turn number 1? We'll have to wait and find out, because we're going to see that safety car peeling off into the pit lane in just a short moment, and then it will be up to the front man here in Sundstrom about when they decide to go green and flat out down the start finish straight round the final corner. You still want to get a really good exit on this one, because it's a long straight bit down to turn number 1. One of the busiest tracks here in Europe, and we're getting ready to go green here then for the first time here for the European Sports Car Championship. They're holding, there's the lights, and they're gone now. down towards turn number 1, and looks like that there's going to be a better start from Gazek into the first corner as they begin to fan out down here to turn number 1. Little bit of side contact there from the second car on the road, and into the first corner then. Is that NOP or is that Gazek? Actually, it's NOP, and there's contact into turn number 1. Few cars round already, hard to make out who that was, and further back also cars having a bit of a moment, spinning out. That seemed like a pretty big hit there. Just try and figure out who that one is. Car number 8 involved, and I still haven't seen the yellow and blue car there, what number that was, but contact already and a bit of carnage into the first corner.
Yeah, and slightly unsurprising in that sense. I think the car's already going a little bit more aggressive than it probably wanted to be. But then again, it's the first race. I know you want to get your race going. I think that was Old Firm trying to get on the inside of Gazak. Gazak's actually managed to survive the whole ordeal. The problem is, who was the LMP3 that got involved in the mix of all these things as well? Well, we see one of the LMP2s going out, but that's danger. You know, we knew that from the get-go, whenever we had this green flag, that the LMP3 cars would struggle a little bit, and the LMP2s would struggle in as well, and it would give some room for the GT3s to go on as the R by TS takes the lead.
Down to the what normally would have been a hairpin has changed, of course. There's another car off there in the gravel, so clearly those LMP2 drivers struggling to get their tyres up to temp. He's going to have to be waiting a very long time. Now that's car 52. That's Revolution E Racing. What has happened, Lorenzo?
No. I think that was an LMP3 just going nearly by the front splitter of the Revolution LMP2.
And that's the Italian job off at the final curve, rejoins just about safely enough, no contact with anybody else, so yeah, I would say that is a safe enough rejoin there. I mean, the interesting thing here on lap number 1, Matteo Capietto, real life racing driver, they've gone from 7th all the way up to 2nd place behind the leaders. What a start from them, clearly showing some real world experience definitely translates over to the virtual.
Of course, and aided with the fact that it got a little bit of hectic on the start for the GT3s because of the LMP3's cars, I think, going around. They shuffled a little bit within the first 5 corners and made everything a little bit more chaotic for everybody else, and they just took the opportunity to make some overtakes. Another interesting thing that we're seeing on the racetrack, I think this is the first time we're going to be talking about this season, is the debris. So we can see some debris from the sand and from the gravel, so that is actually might trigger some yellow and red debris flags around the racetrack, just to make sure the drivers are aware of potential bad track conditions as they go around.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course then the reduction in grip, I should say, making it a little bit trickier as well. I should also say that the IRL team, they are 2nd in their class. They're actually 3rd on the road because Julien Goffinet for Delta V is actually in the overall 2nd position in their LMP2 Pro-Am car. So we've got a Pro team in the lead and then a Pro-Am car in 2nd, and I don't know why the graphic is switched around because it certainly hasn't changed on the timing tower itself, but yeah, NOP leading with Delta V 2nd overall, and then IRL in 3rd for the time being as they are making their way round for, I believe, the 3rd time or 2nd time already in this race. So still incredibly long way to go. We've just started here, so it's now about finding your groove, I think, Lorenzo, and just getting into it, settling down, finding your tarmac, your space, and making sure that you can, do your pit stop strategy as best you can.
Yeah, absolutely, and not only that, but minding also the fuel saving as well. So for guys that are within the draft trains that we're seeing behind the number 20 right there, in Unity, Velocity, and Prismatic, they do got some opportunities to try to maybe go aggressive on the fuel saving, lift up the gas, try to go around the corners and saving, I would say, 0.1, 0.2 liters of fuel, because this track is, well, not this track, but iRacing is very sensitive to more the inputs of the pedal than other things. So that would allow, if you're light feet on your pedal, it would allow for you to save more fuel than other teams. The key for me is going to be GT3s, because I think GT3s are going to be the one we're going to be talking strategy the most. The only class that you can go an hour plus around the racetrack, even though Jesse Molina doesn't even care about saving fuel. Just get full push on that BMW big boy M4 GT3 and opening a very good gap for Vortex, even though they are closing the gap as it stands.
Yeah, well, it's the perfect start really when you look at it for the moment, and it is that way. I'm sure all of the drivers currently leading their class feel that way. Of course, it's always good to get a perfect start or the best start possible, but then you do have to sort of maintain it and hold it as you go further along, because well, multi-class racing, it's a different kettle of fish than just a simple sprint with your own class, Lorenzo. I can tell you that from experience as well, doing a couple of 12 hours endurance. I've done a few 24s as well, and yeah, once you get a faster car coming up behind you, and of course their braking markers are different to yours, their entry speed is very different to yours, it can sometimes be a bit off-putting, and so traffic management is certainly one of the biggest parts in endurance racing like this when you've got multiple races going on at the same time.
It's where you make your break your race of sorts, if you're thinking about it, right? It's nowadays, especially I would say in the high level, I think the aggressiveness level of drivers is big. That you kind of they go full commitment around the race corner. It might be a little bit dangerous, but they do take that opportunity, and that opportunity might be a saver for them on a long run. You know, take out a few tenths of a second. Every tenth that you take away is really good, as David Goff over there in a good battle, but he actually outbraced himself into Lakasha and is going to lose one spot too. Coming back around 6th, maybe 7th place. Not even that is going to be 8th place for that NL Academy.
Yeah, 3 positions there, all from one small little mistake, you could say, but it has cost him dear, whichever way you want to slice it. This is Jack Cunan for Wildfire, and currently Jack is sitting 7th in class. He's just done a 1:39.133, so he's matching the drivers around him as well, which is good news for him because it means he is absolutely on pace. And luckily for him as well, as an LMP2 going to dart down his inside, and we can see here in action just how similarly paced they are through sort of the longer twisty corners. It's going to cost him a little bit of time, and now definitely is coming under threat from the car behind. That's the NL Academy driver of David Goff once again. Just lost the position to Jack, and now is going to try and retake it. Not anytime soon though, through Repsol of turn 4, definitely no way by. And then you've got the tricky corner here of turn 5, downhill braking zone, so easy to snag a wheel and lock it. But on this occasion, both getting through nice and cleanly, and now they make their way through the middle part of this circuit.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting topic about going on turn number 1 for LMP2s and LMP3s, because under the new tire format, there is a little bit of equality right now between the cars, because you take a little bit away of the aerodynamical grip and also some of the mechanical grip within the LMP2 car, and the LMP2 kind of matches that with the old tire. But because of the weight disadvantage the LMP3 has, the Ligier car has, it makes the life of the LMP3 go a little bit harder for you to, just maintain your line of sorts. It can get a little bit understeering on the car, and might not aid the LMP2s going around on slow corner. Look to see how that is going to go.
Yeah, certainly will, as here is a battle for another position. That's Walter Lux getting past David Goff there, I believe. Down turn number 1 there. That's the P10 in class, it says there. I'm getting a bit confused myself, I think, here, but no, apologies. Yeah, it is an LMP2. I'm completely mixing my car classes. I think the biggest tell is the rear wing, isn't it? The LMP2s, they're sort of fused to the rear body of the car, whereas an LMP3, is sort of a little bit more free and up in the air, just suspended by the midpoint. So no, apologies for that, but yeah, it's an LMP2 just making their way back through the traffic once again. You can see there the commitment needed to try and dart their way through these LMP3s because they are so similar in pace. So rather tricky, but Gazek's Walter Lux here trying to find their way back through after I think a bit of a troublesome start.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know how I recognize an LMP2 to
Cool.
big boy, small boy.
That's fair.
If you see a big roof, you know it's the LMP2. If you see a small roof, you know it's an LMP3. It's a dead given nowadays. Even though we know that an LMP2 is going to change eventually with the new regulations in 2026 or 2027, if I remember correctly. So I don't know how that's going to be in about a year or two.
If I'm not mistaken, it'd be 27 because of course saw the news of McLaren rejoining, Ford potentially getting in on the endurance action as well. Of course, that's top class GTP or LMDH, however you want to call it. But okay, that's fine. That's actually really good practical advice there, Lorenzo. So yeah, small boy, big boy. That's how you tell the difference between the P2s and the P3s. As this is Michael van Look for Vortex, currently second in the GT3 category, right behind the leaders there of the DRB. Is that BYTS? I'm trying to find a little note there to say their team name, but it's Danny Bunshu for not Danny Bunshu. What am I talking about? I don't know where I'm looking. It's Jesse Molina for DRBYTS.
Yeah. It's something like I'm just gonna say DR by TS because then it's a dead given. You're not gonna be able to make a miss. But it's Delta by Tri-State Racing.
Well, I'm glad you cleared that one up, as this is going to be the Italian job for Ivan Falcone, trying to make his way through on that. I want to say McLaren in front of him. That's VR Racing, the British team, having to put their best foot forward in defending here. This is for the battle for P10 in class. Here down towards turn number 6, the chicane of 7 and 8 as well. And then back up to the rise. It's sort of a blind apex here of turn number 9, really almost flat out in most of these machines, particularly when you get a lot more downforce on them, like an F1 car, you are flat out through that corner. This is going to potentially be latest of the late breakers who can get it done down into turn number 10. Looks like VR Racing are going to go through on the Porsche as well. That's I think it was Frida Sport. Yes, it is Jordan Newman at the wheel, and the Italian job are going to try and go around the outside as well here into the right-hander. Final few corners now to finish off the lap, and they have got the move done as well. So Frida, they're losing 2 positions in the matter of a couple of corners, and many more still could be coming by us. They're going to pit. They're going to pit.
Yeah, just taking a quick look if they actually have a penalty or something coming into the pit lane right now. But I know there's a few cars that are addressed with the fact they're going to be getting a drive-through after the green flag due to pit lane start. So it's the number 4, the number 18, and the number 16, which doesn't apply to them.
It certainly does not. So I wonder if that potentially then was maybe a bit of damage from somewhere. It didn't really seem like there was anything wrong with the car. Maybe they're struggling on something or other. Who knows? We'll have to keep an eye on that one. But they did come into the pits nonetheless, so clearly struggling with something. Velotti here with Biasecki at the helm. And they're currently 3rd for the LMP3 class, but they have very much got Prismatic right up their chuff behind them there, Tanner Prater for the NL Academy. And this could be like it's going to be a move down towards turn number 1. That looks like it's going to be far too easy, but again, it's the LMP2 on the LMP3, so of course it's a lot easier to do that.
Yeah, and in normal circumstances, actually the interesting thing is the LMP2 only gets an advantage on the LMP3s with the fact they have a better engine. So, because on some corners the LMP3 actually has a little bit more grip. Don't at me. I don't make iRacing mechanics and things like that, but it's just how iRacing tires is. You know the difference between the tires nowadays. But it makes racing interesting of sorts, especially on restarts and restarts.
Yeah, it certainly would. I mean, is it maybe down to the fact that the LMP3, the lighter car, is that gonna? I mean, it will definitely aid them in corners, but is that maybe why they're slightly quicker sometimes, or?
Yeah, I think it could be that. To be very honest, it's not an easy car by any stretch of a length, as Gazak is gonna go around Unity on track battle, but it's not gonna matter much because it is just different classes. But yeah, well, nowadays it is because it is a lighter car. But then again, whenever the new tire come in for the LMP3s, they're gonna notice there will be quite a huge struggle to get around the racetrack on low tires for the LMP3s. I've talk to drivers that drove that car, and they tell me, "Oh, cold tires, you have literal no grip." So looking forward to see how they will translate for that car. Where I've been told, of course, that LMP2s and GTPs with new tires, they are very difficult to handle with on the first, let's say, 3 laps, and after that it kind of equals out on your pace.
Yeah, I can definitely vouch for an LMP2. I've not driven the GTPs after the update, and yeah, certainly the first sort of 2 laps you are kind of teetering on the edge. Once you get to lap 3, you cannot push it 100%, but you're sort of getting up there about 80, 85, and then sort of from lap 4 onwards, you can sort of give it the full beans once again and really push hard. But even then, there's certain corners, maybe even on that lap 4, that you have to just play it a little bit tentatively. As I think that potentially a few cars, they're losing a bit of connection. We might see what's going on with that. But either way, Simitok. Is that them disconnecting?
Yep, they had a disconnect.
Oh, that's going to be absolutely tragic for those guys. All the hard work that goes in, and yeah, being let down by the technology. Is here's a little bit of a rabble going down the start-finish straight. Christian Sherrard there for Tri-State, currently at the front of it. And this is, I think, a battle here in the LMP2 class. So Tri-State currently fending off for the time being, but there certainly seems to be a few gaggle trying to make the move and get past. That's Eric Tadeo for Delta Racing. They're trying to make their way through. Oh, I wouldn't have gone for it there in turn 4 of Repsol, but I think Marquez was having a little think about it.
Yeah, there is a little bit of an opening for you to go around Repsol, but it's like it's a high chance of contact move, because the cars eventually do get a little bit of a hot tire, especially if you're on the outside. So you do get some snap oversteer and like with some entry in mid corner understeer. But and this time the Portuguese driver couldn't get around, and there was some blinking of the lights on the main straight before, I think, with how the Delta car was going around the racetrack. But everything got solved at the end of the day.
Yeah, it certainly did, and no contact made. That's the important thing to see here, and it's nice to see. We've gone through the first opening phase of this race, which is of course probably the deadliest point, you could say, in terms of car contact, things going wrong, and the fact we are almost 20 minutes in, getting up there nearly, and we haven't had any sort of safety car, full yellow flags or anything like that. I would say that is a big thumbs up for sort of the driving standards here, because we know from real life to virtual world, Lorenzo, of course, in the virtual world you're not putting your physical body on the line, so you tend to see a little bit more of aggressive moves, don't you, and sort of trying to get some positions gained.
You'd call it aggressive. I would call it something that is not PG for this broadcast.
I would like to know what that is.
But like I said before, the on top level, on top tier level of sim racing, it's like you do see high aggressiveness out of the drivers and some very questionable moves around some corners, because the level gap is, on paper, would be an equal playing field. It's mostly come down to setups and preparation. That anything that you take advantage of, you're gonna try to do it on the racetrack. So if you have to do an aggressive, albeit a dirty-ish move,
unsportsmanlike.
Unsportsmanlike move, but legal, you would do it, because you would be taking advantage for you, and you put a little bit of your competition on the back seat. So, but is it okay? Do people do that? Not really. I just you gotta keep themselves. It's not them racing by themselves on the racetrack. There's a lot of other people racing on the racetrack besides them, and usually that causes lots of incidents on the racetrack.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, you have to respect your fellow driver. I think that's what we're trying to say here in terms of going wheel to wheel, door to door stuff. And if you respect them, they will, of course, respect you back. And then that's how friendships are formed in my head, at least for Lorenzo. When respectful to each other on circuit. It always goes well afterwards as well. But yeah, it's certainly interesting to see the differences from sort of the real world to the virtual one. But at the moment, things are looking pretty good here. And Capieto, real world driver, of course, here in the virtual one today. Currently still, he's actually moved down a little bit there, third in his class, and he's fourth overall as well. So struggling a little bit there for pace in this early part, but maybe again, like we said earlier, strategy is of course a massive thing when you do these endurance races. Of course, it is 4 hours long, so it could just be the fact that he's saving a bit of fuel, maybe saving his tyre life a little bit as well there, because of course we've seen Corbin Lenaway manage to get by and take that position from them.
Yeah. Then again, we thought we would be reverting our conversation to tire strategies and fuel. On average, these cars can do 30 minutes, 30 to 32 minutes, tops 34, depending on the racetrack. If it is a little bit more truncated racetrack, you can try to maximize up to 40 minutes. I've done that in Long Beach one time. But other than that, it's very hard. You would do an average of 30 minutes of fuel, and then you would go put another full fuel tank and come back out. But because this track can offer some abrasiveness because of some deep braking zones, and the car can get a little bit oversteery with the brake temperatures getting hot and the radius of some corners being a little bit more tricky than usual, it can be a little bit more challenging to manage the tires down your second stint, where normally the delta of the laps would be a little bit bigger, and the tire average wear would be rate would be a little bit higher. So that's why sometimes I say being light-footed for now, it's a good thing to go around the racetrack.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we can give you a rough idea of the pit winners. We've been kindly given some information on what the sort of people behind the scenes expect the drivers to sort of do in terms of the strategy. So we can sort of see the LMP2 and 3s roughly, like you said, Lorenzo, about that 35 to 45 minute mark, I would say. Anywhere between there is sort of a pretty good pit window. And then the next time they would then come in is around about sort of the 115 to 125. But for the GT3s, of course, it's massively different. They have much larger tanks, or if maybe not larger tanks, but definitely a little bit more fuel efficient, should we say. And they can go pretty much to the top of the hour and beyond. So, I mean, they really should only have 3 stops here this evening. Should be fairly straightforward for the GT3s in figuring out what each team is doing. But, I mean, again, the longer you can go, the shorter your stops are towards the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and it goes that a thing of advantage over the fuel. If you can take some seconds less on your pit stop, and you know how to maximize your entry and exit, that is going to be always a good thing on people's books. Meanwhile, we're looking into Eric Tadeu having another battle again. I think that's one of the LMP2 Pro Am cars right behind in Aria Pass for Prismatic. I know there's also a very short gap between, I think that's Impact and P2 in the LMP2s and the one of the LMP and the IRL team. They're not far behind. They're less about a second from each other. So there's a good battle still going between them. We were looking about that a few moments ago, but I think it's good to, you know, give some props, because what the start of the race that has been for them has been really good. You know, taking advantage of Gazak's and old firm issues at the start of the races. Pedro Marquez has a bit of a run on the La Caixa corner, close to the GT3 leader.
I was about to say, I wonder if that GT3 is going to get in the way of them there, but luckily I think he's cleared them now as they get the way through turn 13 and into the final corner. So no problems there for Pedro, and looks to continue on chasing the next car in front of him. That is Tri-State there for P6 in class.
Vortex?
Vortex?
Vortex actually is really close to the leaders on the main straight. They're side by side.
Oh wow. That's the GT3s are behind, isn't it? We just jumped off of them, but yeah, here it is. Jesse Molina, they're still currently leading. They've led so far up until now from the start. But Michael Van Look here for Vortex in that lovely car. I think that's the Audi, isn't it? Looking at the
Yep.
the stylings of it and everything. But BMW, Audi, two German giants, of course. And now they're going to be going toe-to-toe here in Spain as another LMP2 tries to dart down the inside. That's definitely going to hamper Molina's pace a little bit there. And that should then hopefully open the door a bit more for Vortex behind, closing that gap ever so slightly more. But it's still hovering around about half a second. And we've mentioned, of course, a bit of the sort of characteristics of this circuit, Lorenzo, already, but I mean, it really is, I feel, more of a testing track. I think that's why, such high-profile sort of series go here. Formula One immediately springs to mind, but even sort of on two wheels as well, the MotoGPs, they also like to come here as well and do a lot of testing. And I think that's just because of the different corner variations you have here, but a lot of high-speed ones mainly. And so it is quite tricky to get alongside and overtake because the heavy braking zones are a bit few and far between.
Not only that, it's also the fact that you have some decent elevation changes. You do go from the top of the highest portion of the racetrack, which I think is going around Rapsol, to the lowest portion of the track, which is the depression before turn number 9. So you do, which is TV3, turn 7 and 8. So I think that's the lowest portion of the racetrack. I think it's even a little bit lower than the main straight. So because the main straight is a little bit of up crest and down crest dealing into the racetrack. So you do have some elevation change in there. But yeah, you do have some corners. Like personally speaking, I'm not the biggest fan of Barcelona. I think for racing, it's more of a tactical racing than close racing per se, right? But I think that's what makes Barcelona of sorts interesting of sorts for multi-class racing or even GT3 racing of sorts, because it is just that challenging for race teams to try to go around and fiddle around with setups and everything and race strategies and everything. But it can provide some really good racing from time to time depending on the car class.
Yeah, you're spot on, I think, with what you've just said there, Lorenzo. I mean, yeah, I think it is much more of a technical circuit. I think the reason why racing is so good around here in a different aspect is because you're testing the driver more than you are testing them going head-to-head so much. So if you get a driver that can really nail this circuit, then you do tend to see them dart off and just show a different kind of dominance as opposed to elbows out kind of stuff. But I mean, we've got Raquel here for Prismatic, currently third in the LMP3 category. They're right behind Velotti there in second, and this looks like it could be an interesting battle we're about to watch unfold of who is going to come out on top for this podium spots as it stands. We've not quite even got to the half-hour mark yet, but they're already going at it. Down to turn number 10. This is one of the harder braking zones, but of course it is the slightly more looped version of the corner, so not quite as tight as the hairpinned one. So you do tend to see a little bit less action there, but it's still a fantastic corner to drive through nonetheless. And now we've got the last final few, and thankfully we don't have that horrible chicane there on the right hand side. That I'm very much thankful for. Yeah, thank goodness, exactly. Because what it does means is that you don't get that concertina effect of the ebbing and flowing. But I mean, looking at it from here, I think Velotti just about managed to get that final sector a little bit more nailed than Raquel managed, but they're still incredibly close on circuit.
You know what that chicane was actually good for? The only thing that chicane was ever good for.
Go on.
Rallycross racing. That's the only thing it's been good for ever since they introduced that chicane around that racetrack.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. I don't think you can really argue it all that much, can you? It's hard to do so. These two still going at it though, as they've found their way on another lap, getting past one of the GT3 cars there as well in the process. And oh, that's a big off! Oh, that's the Italian job. And what was the other car? Oh, and once again, and that's Rising Panda getting caught in the crosshairs as well. I wonder what happened and got that one caught up. Oh, luckily we're going to get a replay of it here, Lorenzo. Ronnie Richter into turn number 5, just gets a bit out of shape. Oh, LMP3 caught up, and it's just a victim.
Yeah, collateral, and then a second collateral.
There we go.
I don't know which one hurts the most, the first one or the second one.
I think the second one, the second one, I would say. And my logic purely being, the first one is these things happen. It's racing. You know, sometimes you're going to get caught up in an incident such as that. I think the second one hurts more when you're both just trying to rejoin together as safe as you can, but then manage to come together again. That one probably stings a bit more.
Yeah, and I think eventually none of the cars will have to come to the pit lane. Fortunately for them, I honestly thought the Italian job car would eventually have a what happened to the to Donald Sutherland in the movie and getting gunned down by Edward Norton's henchman. Yeah, I'm pulling the movie reference. Go to the pit box, but not quite. Actually, they survived the whole ordeal, but nearly getting into contact again. Because you can see there's massive struggle out of that Ferrari 499.
Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of a damage on the front end of it as Samuel Evenat for PCS is going to get into the action as well and pick up some easy positions for himself. But yeah, it certainly looks like that Ferrari carrying a little bit more damage potentially than the Rising Panda car. It's a real shame there as well because they were both running pretty well in their category, and of course it comes together just ruins it a little bit. But plenty of time still left in this race as here comes Samuel again. He's going to try and go round the outside here. You do not see cars going side by side very often here, and still going to try and commit to it up towards turn number 9. Not able to be wheel to wheel alongside just yet, but potentially now can get a better run down this short back straight and maybe into turn number 10. We can see a move finally being pulled off. Is the Rising Panda going to fall slightly now? Yes, he is, because there goes the Lambo down the inside, and Samuel later on the brakes able to cement the position. Nice move, and through goes the LMP2 as well.
And also goes through the overall leader in NOP, so they go around. There you see Delta V Racing also for the LMP2 Pro Am leader. They go around too, safe and sound. I think there's massive struggle on that McLaren Ferrari. If I'm them, I think at this point, especially if I'm the Ferrari, I would argue if your raceability, the car raceability is okay enough for you to carry on this stint, because I think the second hit might have damaged the toe link of the car, and that's why it's a little bit more not gonna unsettled going around corners.
They're certainly struggling whatever is happening, but we're going to jump forward to this one. Ryan Stinger for, I think that was Quadish. We saw Nathan Edwards there going side by side here. This is the battle for P5 then in the GT3 category, and that was Ryan getting taken by the Porsche there. Just trying to have a look at what sort of car class of field we got. That is the only Mercedes we actually have in the GT3 field, as there goes one of the LMP3s through. Well, not quite through. Just about managed to stay in front, did Project 91 there. Here's another battle. Connor Swain, VR Racing. Going to pull out late into this slipstream. This is also down to turn number 10. And Liam Kilton going to go down the inside for impact. And again, just parks it on that apex. Textbook overtake, you would argue, that one, Lorenzo?
Yeah, parking at the exit of the apex, then giving no chance for VR Racing to come through. Textbook maneuver and taking advantage a little bit of the Acura mid-corner grip in comparison to what the McLaren suffers around corners.
Yeah, they do somewhat. I mean, in my experience, I think they've depends on the circuit again, I think, because in some circuits I think the McLaren is probably one of the better cars actually here, and of course it's one of the newer ones, definitely, the Acura being the newest, and I think that's also why potentially the BOP has sort of developed the way it has, and that the Acura has been hampered a little bit there because it is one of the newer cars. It may seem a little bit more overpowered, but I'm sure as time goes on that will be brought back into line, as that was close going into Repsol corner. Turn number 4 there, the LMP3 just about getting ahead of the GT3 at the apex, and again you would tend to expect that because with a bit more downforce you can go in with a little bit extra cornering speed. But Liam Kilton managed to get up to 8th after that move on VR Racing last lap by, and now the traffic has helped him just cement that position even further as he begins to pull away from it.
Yeah, and now kind of turns this into a gap racing of sorts as the race leader goes around. I think one of the LMP3s and will go around the Impact GT3 as well. So just will extend the lead to Delta V. for the time being, and we're seeing there is no close gap between cars. I think at the current moment, the closest one being, I think, Velity and Prismatic for P2 and LMP3, and Delta Racing by Tri-State and Vortex, who are still chasing each other for the lead in GT3.
Yeah, certainly are. Lucas Santos there, and just sort of biding his time as Simatox David Bornstein is going to find his way through. Oh, sorry, he's going to be overtaken by the LMP2 there. Currently 9th though here for David. And just trying to find a little bit out about their team, Simatox here, sort of the LMP3s. Just trying to have a look at my notes to see what we've got here, but here we go. So they finished second in the last ESCC season, but they were the LMP2 team in that occasion. But their best finish was, of course, this race last time out. So they won the Barcelona race last year, of course, different category, but you know, it still gives you a nice bit of boost in confidence potentially. But currently in 9th, they seem to be struggling a little bit here. They are already a lap down as well, so struggling out there at the moment, but still plenty of time to bring them back into it.
Yeah, I think they're a lap down to the leader overall. I could be wrong on that one as we're looking into Dynaco. I'll tell you right away, as a Cars fan, I think you are as well. I do appreciate a little bit the Dynaco. I've raced against Dynaco on official series before. I do appreciate the fact they're doing the mix-up between Dynaco, the blue Dynaco color, and the sexy Rexy teeth Romeo Racing in the front. So you do gotta give them a little bit of props for the livery this round.
Yeah, you certainly have to. As yeah, it's a nice car, nice looking car actually. They've got a set of eyes on the top there as well, just peering out. I've noticed.
We would have to
look right there, just above the windscreen. It's just got a double. It's just got a little set of eyes. I just noticed it. I just thought it was quite amusing. Sorry, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic.
And then again, yeah, I think then again, throwback to Cars, I think. But. Yeah, man. I'm now thinking of Cars. It makes me feel old, man. I think Cars is about like nearly 10 years old.
Lorenzo.
Hey,
2006.
Man. Yeah.
The original.
2006. Nearly 10 years old. No, wait, 20 years old.
Nearly 20. Yeah.
Oh,
as we got a car off, Felipe Borges, Team Rex, has had a moment. That looks to be turn 5. I wonder if there has been contact there, or whether it's that have just got around on their own. But the LMP3 driver, is that a little bit of damage on the front, or is that just my eyes? We'll get a replay here and find out.
Too.
They are racing, so let's see how this unfolds. It's going to be who can go latest on the brakes into turn 5. Yeah, there's the small bit of contact, and round they go.
Yeah, contact with the Gaz-X LMP2, it looks like. But the damage in the front, I think it's more like a optical illusion to us. I don't see anything that would hamper the car performance going around the racetrack, because they are already behind. I think that's Wildfire, I want to call it, but I cannot say for sure.
Ooh, that is a great question.
I think that's P10 in LMP3s, but it could be very wrong, as we are back into Jack Cunnin for Wildfire.
This is Wildfire, yeah.
Okay, yeah, they're Wildfire. So they're way ahead than Team Rex.
Oh, they're a little bit further back, you could say.
They're further back. Yeah, I mean ahead as in track position, they're ahead, but they're in places, of course, they're behind.
Yeah, exactly. This is the battle here, I believe. We're getting up towards the front end of the LMP2s once again. So this is Corbin Lenaway, currently second for the LMP2 Pro class, and he's caught now the back of Delta V, which is the Pro-Am class, and second overall there. Of course, they are winning their Pro-Am class, so it says first next to their name there. but Julien Goffinet is second overall as well. So this could get a little bit spicy in the coming laps here, Lorenzo, because they have closed right up, and of course this is now about lap management, you know, track management once again, because they have closed that gap quite substantially, I would say, in the last few laps, looking at it, but we could be on for some fireworks very soon.
Yeah, maybe. I think the gap is the closest I've seen in the past few moments. But then again, this happens and this goes around what I normally expected. The pit brain, the pit window for LMP2s is open. We're already 40-minute pass of racing, but effectively we've been about 35 minutes. So that's where we normally would see the LMP2s coming in. Eventually, LMP3s will come in as well. They might last a little bit longer, but instead, we're going to be seeing potentially all cars within the LMP2, regardless of classes, coming into the racetrack.
Yeah, I should
sorry,
say,
into the pit.
yeah, you're right. I mean, I should say IRL, first team in the pits as well. So we already have had a few coming in. So it's just a matter of time then, a case of finding out when everybody does come in to do that first stop, and we'll find out as we go further on. Eric Tadeo, though, here for Delta Racing, currently 7th in class, just having a little bit of trouble finding his way through the traffic, and I want to say he's being joined by pretty close company there, but I think that actually is a alternate car class. I'm just double checking and finding out. No, he is being kept by a close company here. Of course, they're in different car classes here again, though. This is the Pro-Am on a Pro team. So for the overall result, this will of course matter, but not for the actual standings in their class, which is where the points are dished out and how they are dished out. I think we haven't mentioned that yet, Lorenzo, have we? So instead of in terms of points, do you have the information on that one, or do you want me to run through it?
Let me grab that one. Just gotta grab the points right here.
No worries at all.
Yeah, there you go. I knew I'd find it anywhere. It's separate by each class, but they gotta complete at least 75% of the class winner race distance, of course, in laps to receive the championship points. First, we'll get 25 points. Second, 18, 15, 12, 10, respectively, to top 5. Then 6 to 10 is 8 points, 6 points, 4 points, 3 points, 2 points for 10th, and from 11 to last place, it's a 1 point for everyone that runs around in the class. So everybody basically gets points. It's just a matter of how far in front you're gonna get points for you on your championship drive until the end of the championship in Portimão.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to cut back here, though, because this is Jesse Molina having to very much keep a close eye on those rear view mirrors, because he has got Vortex very much on the rear bumper of that car now. This is getting very close here, so towards the back end of the first hour, and Michael Van Look definitely hungry to try and take this lead away from him, but we'll have to see if he can make a move and then make it stick. That's, of course, is a bit easier to catch up, as the traffic's going to put a little bit of a pause on this battle. And like I say, it is so much easier to catch up, but then actually making a move and getting past is very much another thing in itself. As yeah, the GT3 here, Molina just getting a little bit in the way of the LMP2 and LMP3 car now. Let's hope nothing goes wrong here in the final few corners. And I'm sure from all of this, Van Look behind in his Audi Vortex, probably going to close in a little bit there. And is that third place as well? Right there, that's Old Firm. Yes, it is. So this is actually a three-way battle for the lead in the GT3 field.
Yeah, but I don't think they're battling hard enough between each other. I think they're, right now, if we're talking about battles, it's more like a field battle of sorts. Because we know that Delta Racing is going to have to come into the pit lane first. They're in the lead. They're wasting more fuel than the three cars, as we see the overall leader in NOP coming into the pit lane and do their service. And I think it could be interesting enough. Can we go back to NOP just for a quick bit? I could be wrong, but did I just see them up in the jacks?
You did, I believe. I also saw when they came in, I'm trying to think which team it was, but I also saw them up on the jacks as well. I want to say it was Delta V that we saw going up on the jacks. I could be wrong, but there does seem to be quite a few cars out there that have gone up on the jacks here in the LMP2 class, Lorenzo.
Yeah, so interesting for me. everyone is taking tire apparently, according to our eyes and ears, race producers in Mulikumo. So the first set of being wasted by the teams. Do they know they have 3 more sets to use around the racetrack?
I would like
know
to
the
think
track
they
is going to
studied
get
it.
colder. I hope so. I know the track is going to get colder as the race goes on by. It depends actually. What time of day is it on the sim? Oh
There you go.
no!
It's going to get hotter.
It's gonna get worse.
Well, it was 26 track temp when we started. It's now 29, so
9.
it's definitely going the wrong way from what they would want. This is getting interesting here, though. This is Sam Miller for Impact Racing, and I believe he's got IRL right behind him. I wonder who's in the car. Have they made a driver change? No, they haven't. Capietto still in that car, and that is probably one of the easier moves for him that he will make this evening or this afternoon. And makes his way up then into P4. But I think that Impact car that was a very close GT3 as they round turn 12th there. Who was that round? That was Fonseca for Delta Racing. Let's get a replay of this. Is it just a simple round goes the rear?
Yep.
Yes, it is. Too much speed. Oh, that's the leader there as well. NOP almost got caught out by it.
Yeah, just a scary moment for everybody, and coming back into the racetrack, a little bit of a scary moment for Delta Racing, one of the 2 cars from the Brazilian team. So still haven't lost. They still are in 12th place, but some struggles around the car to go around the racetrack. Just got to cool down the tires a little bit.
Yeah, certainly have. I would imagine they probably have a brown suit on now if they were in the actual car themselves. But since Tom managed to navigate it very successfully and is still leading by almost 7 seconds now to the next team. That is IRL. So that's the real life racing team there. We've got I want to say Reed and Capietto driving here, and of course they race in the real life European Le Mans series, and they've obviously jumped over and are taking part here as well. So it's brilliant to have them along, and fantastic to see. They are closing in, and this is now down to the fact that they've warmed up the tyres because they pitted. They were the first car actually to pit for the LMP2 class, so they would have got them up to temperature a lot sooner than everyone else around them, and they're now putting that to good use.
Yeah, and it's natural for them to catch up to some of the teams, and the gap was eventually coming down to NOP. But we know that whenever NOP's tires do kick in, that car is going to be fastest wall. We're not going to see the fastest laps coming around the racetrack because the temperature is actually picking up. But there you go. You see there, Ash, the grip that normally the LMP3 usually has, especially with the even if they don't have cold tires or not. Because the car, the LMP2 is still setting in on the new rubber. The LMP3 can take the race to corners a bit better than the LMP2 cars can go around. But after that, the advantage, air quotes, is subsided.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Michaela is doing a brilliant job at the moment. Gap's dropping a little bit to the next car back, but again, they have pitted, I think, a lap or 2 later, as they're now going to have to wait behind this GT3, but they'll get them very easily on this short back straight. But for the moment, they've led every lap so far, pretty much, and doing a fantastic job, as that is a cut-off. That's Leah Nudley, Prismatic, P4 in the GT3s, and they're now going to have Wildfire right behind them. There they are, both cars in shot, and that's going to be a bit of extra pressure for them now.
Yeah. Still, I think we're still waiting for the LMP3 cars to come into the pit lane.
I think we are. I can certainly find out if I have a quick look at our timing screen. Pits, nope, they have pretty much all pitted. So all the prototype cars have done their pit stop now. And it is just going to be the GT3s left when they do eventually get there. And in terms of the GT3s, none of them are pitted thus far, except I have 2. I've got a PCS Samuel Ivnat round, and that's another car round. Aaron Beaver for Fisher. I think you caught that one, Lorenzo. What happened there?
I think just lost a little bit of grip coming into the racetrack. Oh,
Ooh,
and we got a full course yellow for everyone.
lovely. So full course yellow then. So what will happen here is the drivers will hear race control. They'll get a countdown from 10. And then once they get to the end, every single car needs to be under pit speed limiter as they go round the circuit. So just means that the race is basically neutralised. Pit lane will remain open, everything such as that. So if you want to get in the pits now is actually a very good time if you're rounding that final curve and potentially could do something for your strategy. But we can get a replay here of what happened, Lorenzo. Oh, yeah.
Was the car on its own? One bonk, two bonks, three bonks, and then thinking, all right, let me come back into the racetrack and rejoin. A little bit of a scary moment, I think, for one of the Corvettes that was sitting in the back of the field in the GT3s. But other than that, luckily for them, was right around when the full course yellow actually was thrown around.
I can see why Aaron went for the gap there, because of course they'll have a bit of a telemetry telling them when the next gap in the road is. As we get back to green racing conditions now, so everyone back up to full speed. It just looked like he was trying to loop the car around, but just couldn't quite get the rears to spin up and get the loop done as he would have liked. But thankfully, no contact. I think that's the big thing to take away from it.
Yeah, that's the important bit. As long as the car is clean, there's not a lot of damage around the race car. That's what matters the most. Just keep the car around the racetrack, and we got green flag again going on for everyone.
Certainly do. Fabian Elbers, Alpine, and we can say Alpine because they are part of. I think it's sponsored. I think it was the way they've done this, or they've got some connection with the official Alpine esports team. So very much representing a rather large team and manufacturer, you could say there. And Fabian currently P4 in the LMP2 amateur field, looking around about 12 seconds off the next car. That is the Impact team, and that would be for a podium as well. And again, we've still got a long way to go, not even reached the top of the hour yet, so definitely still on for these guys, as they've now got quite a gaggle in front of them to try and make their way through.
Yeah, because and the problem for them is there is a battle going on in front of them as one of the LMP3 goes off. I think that was result to B3 wide. It's Basil making a little bit of contact. I think that could have been the prismatic car going around, and in front of them is a Tri-State LMP2 that is fighting against them, and that could have ended up in tears for everyone.
It could do. I think that's the worst case scenario, of course. But yeah, this is fourth position in the overall standings, but it doesn't make any difference for their points because, of course, they are different car classes once again. But still, it's always nice to go for pride and get a move done on a pro team. As there goes Pedro Marquez for turn one, getting past Christian Sherrard for Tri-State. And now I wonder, can Alpine try and find a way through themselves? The amateur team, yeah, like I say, still sitting fourth, but potentially a few positions overall up for grabs here as they're rounding the final corner. And Christian Sherrard may be a little bit shaken up after losing one. Will he maybe lose two on the run down to turn one?
Most likely, I don't think Sherrard wanted to battle way too much against Pedro Marquez right there on the La Caixa. So just try to take the car in a most conservative way possible to try to keep the car on the racetrack. Remembering this Tri-State car, the number 3, was one of the cars that were part of the team that stayed second in the championship, as the number 12 car back then was the runner-up against NOP. They only lost the championship. You know why?
Why did they lose it? Go on.
Because NOP had one win plus. They won the Portimão race.
So they can almost say they won the championship because in points terms they did, but count back, no.
Yeah, actually they tied up on points.
That explains that then. Either way, it's mighty impressive. Yeah.
They tied up on points, but NOP got the pole on the final race and also won the race as well. So by having 2 wins, because they won Spa last season, they got a 1-up on the American team.
Yeah, and we should say Tri-State Racing, their best result last season was at Manicourt for the French round of this series. As still back here with Christian and looking to try and potentially defend this spot at the moment. This is still a battle raging on, but of course not in car class. But Tri-State, they're struggling a little bit here this evening. They're not far off, but they are 7th in their LMP2 class, so they'll be looking to try and pick things up as the race goes further on. As we jump back here, this is the real-life drivers of Capietto, and they're going to try and find their way through that GT3, nice and easy there. And the car in front of them, I'm just trying to work out who that is. I think that is Delta V. Yeah, they've managed to get back past Delta V, and Julien Goffinet is now having to look very firmly behind him to try and defend this position.
Yeah, that would be second overall in the racetrack, and that's one spot that the IRL team don't want to lose, because not only they have that would be important for track position, but also the fact they are closing the gap on the NOP. They're faster than NOP on a lap per lap average, so they need to do that overtake as soon as possible. If they can ride it out, this car on the long straight line as NL Academy, as Louis Gray coming into the racetrack, when Leah Nuttall having a little bit of a scuffle, I think, on TV3, LMP2, and on LMP3 contact action.
Yeah, that's another off there for Leah, so clearly having a little bit of a trouble in the car at the moment, but still racing around as quick as they can, and keeping it predominantly on the circuit. So no big incidences for them at least, but maybe a little bit of shaking confidence, as we didn't see it on circuit, but the move has been done, and Capietto manages to find their way past the Delta V car. So the IRL team are going to go forward and take the overall second spot now, and they'll continue on trying to chase down the overall leaders of the NOP Swedish team. So that could potentially be something to keep your eye on, that gap between the two of them. Of course, NOP defending champions, looking to hang on to that. They won 2 races last season, Spa and Portimão, and they'll be looking to try and add to that tally here today. But I think this could be some fierce competition for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think the level of the LMP2 field has raised up quite a lot to last year. Not taken away from the level of last year as well. With Rising Panda, Reza, Reporter Corsa, Delta having, could be a factor in the championship, and Simitalk being another team that actually won, like you said before, the maiden round. Their maiden win in the season was actually the first round. But it's going to be interesting now. Teams like the World of Sim Racing, which is a team that I've known about for as long as I could actually commentate or even race, so nearly 10 years. So it's a team that has a lot of experience. Turn 1, an upcoming team. Tri-State have a lot of, experience on this championship as well. I think they can come back. Delta as well, with the lineup they actually have around the car, so they can have really good performances as the season goes on. But this could be one of the most balanced seasons we're probably going to have in the ESCC in quite a while now. So looking forward to see how the other races will develop for everyone.
Yeah, and the other aspect to that, of course, different circuits do mean different sort of skills that are brought to the table sometimes, because of course differing corners require different finesse, you could say. Some require a bit more of an aggressive style, and then others will be a bit more of a gentle, relaxed approach. But it'll be interesting to see which drivers can consistently be towards the front of the field, because of 9 times out of 10 consistency will win you championships. As I thought I saw potentially a GT3 entering pit lane there as Sundström just went past. So are we maybe now seeing a few of those GT3 cars entering the pits? I believe we are. As I look over to my timing tower, we've had Impact, PCS and DR by TS, so they've all been in for a pit stop as well. So I think we do actually have a different class leader, because Vortex haven't come in just yet.
Yeah, also it's right around the window, 50, 55 to 50, or about an hour plus on the cars. But then again, we're talking about, we also have to bring up the BOP discussion. There isn't change on the fuel tank. They're all carrying 100% on the fuel tank. It's just more engine power and ballast around the race car. That is going to be a factor to be talking about. But is right around the pit window for everyone on the racetrack as a battle for second and third in the LMP2 Pro class heats up. I'll pass it back to you. And looking forward to see the strategies on the GT3s, if it is going to be tires and fuel for everybody, if anybody's going to try to do a different thing.
Yeah, God, that was ultra defensive there as they went down towards turn number 7. Impact trying to find the gap on the inside, but Senna Bokhoven for Velotti having none of it. They've made a driver swap here for the LMP Pro-Am team. Now on the run down towards turn number 10. Are we going to see a late move on the brakes? No, we're not. And now a GT3 could enter the equation. But you can see there, we've mentioned it earlier, you can see it really in full effect there. The speed that the LMP3 is able to carry through is, oh no, that's all gone wrong. They've made a mistake. They've come into contact and it's caused a massive upset there, because Impact Racing have been caught out by it and got caught in it as well. And believe it or not, you won't believe this, but it's another Velotti team car that can't be choreographed, and I can't imagine it would be, but my word, what are the chances?
Wow. And you can see, oh no, please don't do that. A little bit of an intimidator moment. They'll Earnhardt moments right there on Evan Weislum. So Dorian Lelivre, so he's not going to be appreciative. You can even see he kind of overshoots turn number 1. I think he could probably potentially on some frustration right there from that Impact car, most likely, as we're going to be seeing more cars into the pit lane approaching already 1 hour full racing. Only Vortex is the car that haven't pitted so far. He is now on the lead, and that lap extra could be a big factor for them moving forward.
Well, it's going to be a lap extra on the cars behind. It's going to be 2 laps, I think, over Delta Racing, who was the driver and team they were fighting with. As they slowly make their way up the order once again. So this is a big advantage, you could argue, here for Van Luck. And it's interesting, when I looked at the balance of performance, once again, that Audi has been reduced 2.5% in their engine power. Similarly, though, the BMW minus 2.25. So, I mean, both had an engine drop, but the huge difference is the BMW an extra 5 kilograms, the Audi an extra 20 kilograms of ballast. So, I wonder if that really is going to play a factor, because as you said, Lorenzo, all these GT3 cars do have a full tank of fuel to their maximum capacity, but yeah, it certainly seems to be playing a bit of a factor here, because Van Luck's still going around. Is he going to come in this time? Yes, he is. Dives into the pits.
I don't think it's not only the ballast. I think the fact that they're close to each other is the fact that I think from discussions that I have with some drivers in like top teams, the ballast has more effect on the cars than reducing engine power. So if you do have lots of kilos on the race car, it is gonna struggle on your pace. And by normal means, as it is 10 today, the Audi actually is a better car. Oh, Old Firm having problems. That at the exit of the uphill right-hander into left caution.
I wonder if he's clipped the sausage curve that you have on the exit of 7th through turn 8. I wonder if that's what's happened there. But Remain, yeah, the Ford Mustang there. It's almost Aston Martin coloured, isn't it? You could argue. Here we go. We'll get a replay of what has happened here for Old Firm. This is through 7 then, left-hander. That's all fine. There's there it is. Yep, just as I thought. Absolutely smashed that sausage curb. I think he was lucky not to go completely facing the wrong direction, but still a big hit for them. And that has dropped Old Firm down a few positions now as well.
Yeah, shot them back into the 7th place. That hurts. Meanwhile, gap between Delta Racing by Tri-State and Vortex, 2.4 seconds separates them. at the moment, but of course we have to remind that Vortex has 2 laps advantage on the Brazilian American team.
It's actually, I can tell you that it's actually 3 laps. The Delta Racing came in lap 33, Vortex came in on lap 36, so 3 laps difference between the pair of them. That's, in racing terms, you know, that is a huge advantage over another team. Another team actually have pitted, but they pitted a second time on lap 36. That's PCS and Delta Racing have also done the same. Coming in on lap 36, but yeah, the only other teams that are close to them, then they're pitted on lap 35. We're looking at Dynaco, Old Firm, Impact, and Quad Dash. 1 lap's okay, 3 laps there is quite a margin.
It is a big margin. I think that's an understatement. The question is it enough for Delta? Let's just say Delta pitted what is the lap average for them? 145, 143 the last time they went around. So let me see. Yes. 143 times 3, you get around 5 minutes and something. 4 or 5 minutes. So you pitted 55 minutes in. You're playing with fire right here, man. So if your stint's gonna be 55 minutes long for the remainder of your race, you're saying that your final pit stop requires a splash and dash of give or take 15 minutes. That would be about 10 laps, 10, 11 laps. So it's not the best for you to go around the racetrack and say, oh, 55 minutes of this, you know, we're going to be able to stretch our gap so much that these 10 laps of fuel that we have to put, the extra, let's just say, mid and in the pit lane won't damage us in the long run. So it's a yellow alert for the Brazilian American Audi, but I think they're going to be able to do that with the other drivers that are in the car.
Well, they would certainly hope so. Let's put it that way. But it's of course that's the interesting part of multi-car endurance racing as a whole, is the battles that normally you would see enact over a couple of laps, sort of in sprint formats. You get to see over a couple of hours in the way that the pit stops are done. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. We are only 1 hour into the race, and of course here we've got João Delgado for DR by TS currently leading the GT3 category. Vortex second, Dynaco third, Old Firm, Impact, Project 91, Quad Dash, and SMM there for 8th. So you can see they're the top 8 of each category. And currently for the LMP2s, we've got NOP, IRL, Impact, WSR, Turn 1, Tri-State, Delta Racing, and the NL Academy. So it's I mean, when you look at the gaps up and down the timing table there's some that are obviously quite vast when you look at it, but then there are others where you think that's going to get really close and interesting as the race goes on. I mean, the other one I can see is Impact and Old Firm, 4 and 5 for the GT3 class. That's looking pretty tasty at the moment. I wonder if Mr. Mooley will jump us on over to that one and have a little look at what's going on.
Yeah, which is, I think, the closest battle on the field for GT3s. Is currently stands 4th and 5th.
4th and 5th. Have a look here. There's the gap.
Yeah, so there's the Mustang and the Acura up in front, which are battling for position.
Oh, this is close
it's
as well.
Yep.
Nathan Edwards, Project 91, currently defending from Ryan Stringer in Quad Dash there, the only Merc on the grid here this evening. Can he make a move on the Porsche? Plenty of prototypes around him. Are we going to see a move here as well, in and amongst the traffic, or are they going to make a safer bet? But no, they are. There's the door open. The Porsche runs it a little bit deep. Down the inside goes the Mercedes, but now advantage back towards the Porsche car. They'll have that inside line, tend to be slightly better into the corners is the Porsche, but they're still going to be side by side now as they wind their way through turn 13. door-to-door stuff. And now the final corner, there's an LMP2 going through as well. The Mercedes on the dirtier side of the circuit, but still able to drag alongside that Porsche. Now the advantage should come to the Merc, because that in a straight line is pretty untouchable.
In comparison to the Porsche, it is. Also with the VOP, made the Porsche a little bit slower, so the Porsche is going to struggle. Good battle between them. Nathan gave everything he could into that car, but Kodash didn't yield either, and they kept it clean, which is the most important thing, especially with many of the faster cars or faster tiers going around them in the racetrack.
Yeah, it's not always the easiest thing to do, like you just said. So fair play to them. They've managed to keep out of harm's way, shall we say, and continue on racing. It's still close between them here, so battle definitely not over potentially, but currently Kodash able to get the position for the moment, so that is sick for them as they'll continue racing forward. Nathan Edwards now is going to have to try and get his way back through, or will he just follow and try and save some fuel? We'll have to see how that goes. But we're going to jump over here to Senna Bokhoven for Velotti, currently in second for the class that they are in. That's the LMP2 Pro AMS, and they're not far, they're not a million miles behind. They're Luis Diaz for WOSR there. That's the pro team for that category. But it's they're having a little bit of a lonesome moment here at this point, and just trying to close the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to think over here, gap between the leaders is actually grown between NOP and IRL.
I think it's grown looking at it. It did,
yeah, it did
drop to I think about 2.5 at one point. It really was quite close. So I think it's just grown a little bit since then. But again, it's been pretty stable, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it's not hot enough where you can actually put a pan around the racetrack and do a paella, Barcelona, a Catalonian paella. So I don't even know if there's a Catalonian paella, to be very honest. I know there's a Valencian paella, which I still want to eat it someday whenever I go to Valencia. The perks of living the Iberian Peninsula. As the LMP2s are going to go around, this is more like for overall position than class itself, as Dorian Livre is still trying to recover from the contact that he had with the Valotti LMP3 around the same corner as they just gone around.
Yeah, it certainly was, and he's trying to get past there Pedro Marquez for turn 1. So like you said, not for class but for overall position, and yeah, it's always nice if you can still find your way further up by the time you get to the very end, as the gap just opening slightly there down the start finish straight. Of course, there's not much of a slipstream effect, you could say, in this car class. The prototypes, particularly I'm thinking the LMP2 and 3. GTPs, when you go the next step up, as that's a little wobble there for Dorian. Collected up nicely though, luckily no big dramas. But yeah, not a massive slipstream in these cars, so when you do get a long straight like that, of course you do get an effect. It does help somewhat, but not quite to the certain extent you would see maybe in a GT3, or again I sort of keep referencing this because they're so predominant in motorsport, but a Formula 1 car.
Yeah. I was thinking of it. Is there any change that would make racing around Catalunya? Because normally it's kind of, I was actually having a discussion with my in-laws. The ticket to go around Barcelona is one of the cheapest for F1. Of course, it's not the most exciting race by any stretch of a mile. And it hasn't been ever since the cars were made so high downforce. They had bucket loads of downforce that I think the racing for F1 is not the most enticing anymore for you to watch. But and I was thinking, is there ways to make Barcelona better, because they're due to go into another race in Spain? As Impact, another issue, and they get overtaken by Alpine. No, that front looks dented. That front right looks dented.
Yeah, it certainly does. Has something happened to Impact? Of course, we saw the collision earlier for them, but I didn't really see that they got a lot of damage from it. So it's quite surprising here that they really are starting to struggle And of course that mistake has now cost them the position as well, because Alpine are through and up into the podiums as they are passing, I think, a back marker there potentially is. Oh, contact there of a GT3! Interesting stuff, and once again Impact just getting caught out, and there goes Alpine through the shot and up into that podium spot. It's just getting a bit from bad to worse for them. I'm sure Dorian's getting frustrated in the car. I can't imagine what the team principal or sort of manager over the radio is getting like. Must be definitely on the blower to the race control about that one. I mean, that definitely wasn't their fault, you can say, but I mean, they're struggling, aren't they? You can see it.
Oh, they are. They are. 100% they are. I think that front, the damage on the front right of the car is definitely looking quite wary. We're gonna, which car? I think it wasn't GT3. I think it was an LMP3. I want to call that maybe the prismatic LMP3, or it could be the Kitsune. But then again, don't quote me at literal wording, because it was just too fast for us to properly look at. But their race just going completely downhill, massive impact. That was actually intended, that was intentional. But I think they still can recover from that. The damage repair is not going to be quite big whenever they come to the pit lane in a few minutes.
Yeah, well, hopefully they won't have too much of a damage to repair, because of course that will cost them further time. The only thing I would say, they've got a little bit of a gap back to the next car, and that's the Fury team, so 20 seconds advantage over them. So they have a little bit of a buffer to play with, but I mean, in terms of sort of keeping up with those podium spots, you're going to want to get that damage repaired, otherwise you're just going to be losing time lap after lap over the other drivers that have not had issues, as that is getting tantalisingly close to that Porsche through turn number 5. Luckily no contact once again, but I mean, at this point, if I was Dorian, I'd be absolutely trying to avoid cars like the plague, I feel like, to reduce the amount of damage I've got to my car.
No, you know what he needs to do? He needs to avoid going around cars on the outside. Oh, and now Kitsune talking about them having an issue around turn number 5. And from what it looks like, lots of debris and lots of stuff thrown around the racetrack, and that was with the GT3 leader.
Oh, don't tell me there was contacts. Oh, thankfully.
No
Oh,
contact.
they have absolutely got away with that one. How lucky was the GT3 leader there? That could have gone awfully wrong, but either way, Marco losing out on that occasion, and thankfully not collecting him in the process. But now he's going to have a Velotti, the LMP3 car is right there. That is how close it is. Evan Waslam right on the rear of that car now, so potentially another position up for grabs.
Absolutely, and I think is that a Mustang that sits running? No, that's actually the Vortex Audi. So the gap is gonna come down eventually, and is gonna make the life out of Velotti a little bit easier. They're gonna ride the draft out of the P2 LMP3. They're gonna look for an overtake, but there will be no space for them to go around the corner, as they get shoveled out of sorts. No contact. Is just a minor scare between Evan and Marco to try to attempt an overtake.
Yeah, I'm not going to say he half cooked it, but I think sometimes Fortuna's got to favour the bold, and it didn't. He wasn't quite as bold with the overtake on that occasion. But again, it is still early doors in this race, you can argue, and of course you do not want to bin it at this point. There is no fast repairs in this series, so if you do really get a clanger, then you are going to pay the price for it. So I think at the same time sensible. I mean, if that was the last 10 minutes, I can absolutely guarantee you would have sent it.
Oh yeah, for sure. But then again, would you send with 10 minutes left while risking breaking your car, getting a penalty, and knowing that you're in a podium spot?
Good question.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
You can look at it both ways though, can't you? Do you want to really go for it and get another position, or do you want to play it safe and just come home P3? I mean, I think that's the mentality of either a champion or just a race winner. That's the difference right there, isn't it? I think you're clearly more of a champion, Lorenzo.
the last time I won a championship was in 2021, so it's been like 86 years. Nowadays, I just
championships.
yeah, no, I still brag about my championship. People say, "Oh, but it's did you race against top people?" It's a championship. Deal with it. Do you have one? No. Bleep,
Exactly.
bleep, 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 bleep. Okay, so and I tell them to everyone in my team that hopefully he's gonna drive on the second round. But I joke it up to them every single time they try to pick on me. At least I won something whenever they go into Nürburgring. Those who are gonna be racing in there, I hope they bring it up a notch.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see another car. What car class are you entering there around your team?
Pro-Am.
Okay, so another top LMP2 car. So that'd be interesting to see how that goes. But we're looking here at Torsten Gross in the Gaz X car here, P6 in the LMP2 Pro-Ams for the time being, and doesn't look to be too far off the next car in front of him, and that's Eric Tadeo for Delta Racing. So also close action here as we're getting deeper into this race. I would say it's for position, in fact. This is for class as well, so I'm getting confused because they have a Gaz X also in the AM category. So no, they don't. They are both in the top. What am I looking at? I don't know. Either way, two cars are close on the circuit and potentially a move is going to be made. I think that's what's important to see, isn't it?
Yeah, and knowing that Gazax is trying to recover from the deficit they put themselves in earlier in the race, right? Knowing they're awarding the top 3 in the LMP2 standings, so they're putting a lot of pressure on the Brazilian driver. Eric is not just gonna say he's not the fastest LMP2 driver on the field, but he's safe. That's why they're in the top 5. That's the important bit. They are in the top 5 just because you got to keep the car on the track, and you keep the car on the track, it eventually results calm. But Torsten is putting a good pressure on Eric right there. I think that move is coming around La Caixa.
Yeah, I think it could even be towards turn 10 if his GT3 doesn't hamper them too much. I think they have done there, so maybe we'll put a bit of a pause on that just for the second. But yeah, I mean, looking at the the best laps and the sort of their last laps, I think Gross is definitely the quicker of the two drivers at this present moment, and they're certainly going to want to move further forward in this race. I mean, Gaz X as well, Lorenzo, we should say. Very impressive team, mainly because I will say the fact that the team, I want to say owner or creator, I'm going to double check it and find here before I absolutely butcher everything, but Gaz X esport team founded by Mirko Bortolotti, real life racing driver. I mean, another big name that we can say is part of this championship in a way. Of course, it's a shame we can't get him in the car and see him go around, but I think he's a bit too good potentially in terms of rating for these guys. But yeah, also another impressive name to shout out there.
Yeah, absolutely. As they go around Delta, I think Delta made a little bit of a blunder into turn number 1, so moving into the top 5 is the number 63 car. And you were talking about Morco. Now you made me actually open iRacing in my UI. I'm actually going to check his iRating because I think he's less than 5,000. And apparently we have the first pitters in the IRL car in the meant to be the Iron Lynx car. So let's see how they're gonna do. And now I go into my search of Mirko Bortolotti.
Yeah, real life car is the Iron Lynx car. I think in this championship it's not called that though. I'm gonna double check my my spreadsheet here for that one as well. But yeah, real life racing drivers, first one to the pits once again, and they are actually sort of on target, I would say, for the sort of pit windows we've been given by sort of the overlords, shall we say, of this series. So pretty much right on cue, they've come into the pits, and there they go once again. So I can't quite remember if they put the car up on the jacks, but either way, this could be the...
No, they didn't.
They didn't? Oh, well, there we go. So this is the first double stint that we're going to see. But, and interestingly, the first team to pit once again in the top prototype categories. So I wonder, are they doing too much on the fuel, or is this just part of the strategy? Because their final stop is going to be a bit longer potentially than those around them if we don't have safety cars or any further sort of disruptions. We've only had the one full course yellow, but to me it just feels like they're almost going a little bit too short, but maybe this is the strategy.
30 minutes, 30 something minutes is right around the strategy. There isn't much that you can do around there. With the LMP2s, the gap, the lap gap is going to be max 2 laps, I think, between teams. I think so. It doesn't surprise me to them coming first and do their pit stops in the racetrack. And talking about Mirko, he has 7,000 I rating, so he's not. Yeah,
Too
he's
good.
not eligible. He's too good.
He's too good. Absolutely.
By the way, number 32, No Limits Academy, had a power cut. So unfortunate to see them being thrown back all the way in the LMP2 field.
It's such a shame when that happens. I can tell you the other day, different series, but same thing happened, and one of the teams they were even more tragedy though. They were leading their class, and they also had a power cut, and just like that, they went from heroes to zeros, but through no fault of their own. Real shame on that occasion, but yeah, it's a shame on this occasion too, because it did mean we lost a competitor pretty early on. I don't know if did they make it back, Lorenzo? I can't.
They are. There you
They
go.
are back. Okay, fantastic. Well, brilliant. It's good to see that they came back, but yeah, obviously a bit further down, as we just saw Tanner there for the NL Academy, just getting past a bit of lap traffic, and yeah, getting on quite nicely at the moment. Have they just done their second pit stop as well? Currently P11 in category. I'm just going to try and find them, double check. Have they done their second stop already? Yes, they have. So a bit further down than the rest of the field, but again, the rest of the field haven't stopped yet, as there's the leader right behind them.
Yeah, and Impact, the number 6, doing in the pit lane right now. I think we're going to be seeing potentially their driver swap as it stands right now. So first driver swap for them, knowing that everything has to do a driver swap eventually.
Yeah, they certainly do. And we mentioned it in sort of the build-up, didn't we? Sort of with how that would work. I remember you talking about it, Lorenzo, in terms of course, we have the different driver classifications. We've got the bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. And so depending on what category and class the drivers are in, depends on sort of their minimum, maximum time they can be in the car for a given race. So the top class, there is no bronze drivers. They're silvers and up only. And so if you are a silver, you do have to be in the car minimum of 1 hour, and then the golds or platinums, they get a maximum of 2, minimum of 1 as well. Of course, they want to make sure that equal share is there. So that's interesting, of course, that the silvers don't have a max, but I mean, it makes sense because, you know, if you put in effectively your lower rated driver, and you're kind of giving yourself a disadvantage, but sometimes they can be quicker. It's not impossible.
I've seen occasions where like a bronze rated driver would be faster, if not as fast as a gold or silver rated driver. It is possible. People say on paper it's highly unlikely, right? Because they're still learning. They're new to the sim, so they're picking up speed. As we look into Velati coming into turn number 2, something happened to Liam de Kock, so we're going to have to look on the replay if there's any issues in the car.
It doesn't look, the car looks clean. I think that could just be maybe if they pitted for new tyres, it could have been cold tyres, but they brought a lot of gravel onto the apex of that turn 3, so I wonder if that's going to cause an issue. What has happened there? That is a very odd incident, you could say. It just looked like he didn't want to go through turn 2. Very bizarre one, that, but yeah, brought a lot of gravel onto the circuit, so I wonder if and again, can the car not turn left? What is going on here for Liam de Kock? Velotti struggling, it seems, to be turning left at the moment. We didn't see him go through turn 5. They obviously got through it, but here we go then. Turn 10, another left-hander. Are they able to turn left? They are.
Did they
What
just?
has- oh.
Wait. Do me a favor, Ash. Did they just come out of the pit lane?
Yes, I believe he has done. I can double check the live time. So, I mean, it could be cold tyres, but that's on 2 occasions where we just see them go off. It just happened to be 2 left-hand corners. So
Let's go
I
tires.
think he's just struggling on the tyres.
That's go tires 101 right there.
Yeah, interesting though, because he really was struggling out there. Well, he's going to want to get them up to temperature as quick as he can. Of course, he's losing positions here, left and right, through the struggling tyres. But yeah, even then, look, second lap, bit of heat would have gotten into them now, but still struggling through turn 1. There's all the gravel on the apex that he put on the circuit. Seems okay here, but the car is under a lot more load as it picks up speed. It's the slower corners you really need to watch out for. Still going to send it. Oh, is that going to be too much? Contact! I think he might have got away with that one, but definitely pushed the pass.
He got lucky. I think it's an understatement as the NOP car comes out of the pit box. There is a driver swap for Oliver Hagström Vigestio. So another Swedish coming in. So let's see how he will fare as the gap between them and the IRL team again as it's closest, and now they're going to struggle a little bit in the tires if they haven't put up a new one.
Yeah, they certainly are. We'll wait and see. I mean, look at the gap between them and IRL. They've gone some significant laps longer, I think, looking at it. But IRL firmly on their heels. They've gone 4 laps longer than the next car, but they're only 1 second back now, so that gap is next to nothing. They've also got Delta V right behind them as well. They pitted on the same lap, it says here. Oh, it's all updating itself now, so hang on, I'm getting a bit confused here with the timing tower. It is just about getting updated. Either way, yeah, IRL, they're less than a second back, and Capietto potentially could be in a position to pounce and take the lead away from NOP for the first time in this race. Half a second.
And there's another LMP2 Pro M car. It looks faster than them right behind. I think that's, I want to say it could be Prismatic. But let me see if it is. That's the Revolution racing car that looks to be faster than them. So there could be some cold tire struggles for them on the pit box. Because the one thing normally the rule of thumb, right? Whenever you handle the car to a faster driver, is you handle to another driver with new rubber, and you don't want to close. You don't want to waste your put a wasted rubber on the new driver, so he has to struggle with the wasted tire. But then again, the number of pits, the sets that you actually have to do, counts on this racetrack.
Certainly does indeed, as the gap opening a little bit here for traffic. But yeah, IRL, the effectively the Iron Lynx team from real life, they've got obviously warmed up tyres now. They've been on them for sort of 5-6 laps at this point, and NOP, this is their second flying run. The gap opened up a little bit there between them, but it should close once again. They really are sort of, it's the undercut. There's a bigger undercut if they do get it, but I mean IRL. After a pit stop, of course, they've pitted earlier, so they get the extra pace. But once the team get up and running, NOP just seem to have a bit of an advantage over them. So it's sort of a game of cat and mouse. It goes up and down, and it's going to drop a little bit more now. But now that car is definitely getting up to pace in terms of tyre grip. I think they're going to start to struggle again.
Oh yeah, there will be. That gap is going to increase eventually whenever Oliver picks up. Which is he already is of sorts, so there will be some work to be done. As I think on that's
Wildfire.
Galvin for Wildfire, and turned around on turn 4 on Repsol.
It's a mistake there for the LMP3 team. We're going to get a replay of what actually happened here. Kevin at the controls now, so they've had a driver swap. It was Jack in the car. This is turn 4 of Repsol, and there he goes. Just too much speed. The car couldn't handle it. So luckily able to rejoin safely, and no need for sort of any yellow flags or safety cars on this occasion again. But a bit of a blow there for Kevin and for the team, but still running P6 respectively.
Yeah, if you lost about 10 seconds, lost the talking prismatic, you can still go back and try to get some positions. The only job, and you know one thing I'm liking about this car is the teeth logo on the front, on the left side of the car. Because it would be something that reverts back to the old saying of this car being a dentist car. You know,
I do.
you do, you're right. So, are they buying the meme?
Potentially. I think it might be a bit of a big brain power going on there if that is the case. But I mean, it's. I mean, you've picked it up, Lorenzo. So I mean, potentially some others could make the connection there as well. But I mean, maybe, maybe.
Yeah, but then again, I cannot like diss or anything. My team, the W2 team, ran P3 last season, so and eventually got top 3 when in every single race they raced on in the second half of the season. But that's why I joke. We say it's for dentists, but it's not an easy car per se, especially with cold tires. The tires are not the problem in the Ligier. The problem in that car actually is the brakes, because the brakes are very sensitive with cold tires. So it's very easy for you to lock up the rears and go for a tiny bit of the spin. So that's probably what happened there, as Daniel Carvalho has an issue on that Delta car around turn 5.
Yeah, you were speaking of spins, and yeah, the devil appeared and gave one to Daniel. Is that is turn 5? You just said it. So yeah, it's one of those corners, easily done. It is that downhill braking zone, and easy for lockups, but also easy for the front to sort of dig in a bit more when it gets to the apex. And another one, just as we speak of it, they all start appearing. This is Christian Ablasa for Gaz X, and I think smartly going to reverse it back off the circuit itself and then get going. Simply because I think he was in a bit of a danger zone there. The way the racing line runs, it sort of comes almost out to the grass a little bit. And so, yeah, was a bit under threat, as this is Romain Chesnel, old firm. They're trying to get back into this race a little bit now after that incident earlier on. That's Dynaco right in front of them, the 98 car. Nice in blue, of course. And there's the teeth we were talking about, just on a different car class. But this is a close battle as well for 4th position.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's 2 cars going around. One of them is Pro LMP2 car. The other one is a Delta V leading LMP2 Pro Am car. So as they go around the Romain Chesnel, they're going to go around the Dynaco car 2 into turn number 1. They're going to make the Dynaco lose maybe a 10th or 2 into the braking zone, because he has to go for an early left. But still, Arnaud Dehu still remains in control of that Porsche indeed.
He does indeed. I wonder if Romain can try and outfox him here and pick that position up. We'll find out shortly, I'm sure. The gap between is it Delta Racing, correct me on that if I'm wrong, Lorenzo, and Vortex, that's opened up to 4 seconds out front. Impact their 3rd.
Yes.
They're an extra 4 seconds behind. Then you've got a huge gap back to this battle here that is Dynaco and Old Firm. They're 33 seconds off the leader. Quad Dash, they're not far behind. Sick, Project 91, they're 7th. SMM, they're 8th. VR Racing is 9th, and Delta Racing is your top 10 there. And then the gaps do begin to open up a little bit more as you go further and further down the order. The Italian job there, they're currently 15th. We saw them earlier have that incident. They got a bit of damage to their car. I mean, I think I've still seen the damage on that car. Here we go, Ivan Falcone. Yeah, they still have got damage on that front right, clearly. It's a bit too much for a pit stop to handle.
Left.
Oh, and the back left. Oh.
Yeah.
All round.
Yeah, it's everywhere. So, but I think it's not going to be like, from what it looks like, is it going to be 8 minutes of pit stops? I think this is like 3 minutes tops of pit stop, maybe 1 minute if they're lucky, if there's nothing broken on the tail link, whenever they come into the pit stop and do their service. But the thing is, Free to Sport's still running around the racetrack. Of course, everybody's still driving to try to do the minimum and get points at the end of the race, reminding they have to drive around 75% of the class winners. So on paper, they would have to drive 3 hours. As now SM is going to be on the inside, and Lucas Santos, more predominantly IndyCar racer on the IR18, makes an overtake around the Fischer Motorsport Porsche and goes into P7.
Yeah, nice move there into turn 1 for Lucas Santos. And we just saw the Porsche there being overtaken a moment ago, I believe, from... oh, no, it wasn't. Apologies, I'm thinking of quite a bit earlier now when I'm going back to that. Nathan Edwards there in his Project 91 Porsche. Looks as though that Santos is going to run away a little bit here. Again, traffic getting in the way, but getting close now to the halfway point, Lorenzo. I mean, pit stops window definitely going to open up again soon. I mean, at the present moment, it's sort of a bit of a calm belt in stormy waters, you could say. I wonder if things will start to pick back up once again when the strategies begin to close in on each other.
Wow. Good question. Normally, the analysis, that would be a really good analysis for me to do. But let's just, I'll be... On my honest view, I think that it might pick up on the GT3s and potentially on the LMP2 Pro, because that's where normally the average gap on everybody kind of like is. It is the closest. You can see P2, P3, P4 are relatively close to each other. Oh, but Lorenzo, P3, P4 are kind of like separated 5 seconds apart. It's still close. So yeah, so. It will come down to the tires mostly, so I'm waiting to see how that's going to unfold. But GT3, it's going to be coming down to fuel mostly. Who's going to be the best fuel saver? Who's going to do less time in the pit box? Of course, we normally expect faster drivers or just as fast as drivers to come and do closeouts if it is a 3-car lineup. So looking forward to see how that one will go as the race progresses.
I have to say, I love your sassy Lorenzo. That was fantastic. That's all I can really say to that one.
Oh, that's just me, man. If there's one thing about me, it's kind of like I am unfiltered. I'm unfilterable. It's just that I filter myself in so we can actually keep it PG for podcasts.
I think sometimes that's for the best.
Yeah, I gotta remember that I'm a professional. I do this professionally, so I gotta keep it at a certain percent of unhindered, Lorenzo.
There are indeed children watching, I'm sure. Torsten Gross, P7 in class and currently chasing that turn 1 kart for position. Is the battle then for P6 between the pair of them as they round the final corner, and they've got a little bit of GT3 traffic up in front of them. Can the gap be closed here for Torsten as they make their way down the start-finish straight? There is the lapped car. Is that the back of the Merc? Is there a bit of pink? Yes, there it is. It is indeed the Mercedes. And down the inside he goes as well to follow through the turn 1 car.
Yeah, that's Quadash. They go just going around, so they don't lose it any time in the process, which is always good.
It means the battle should stay pretty close here. I mean, turn 1, they're not really, well, looking at the back of that car as they make their way into Repsol. No big moments at the moment, but I mean, these guys are effectively professionals. Their iRacing deems them so, pretty much. I think we should also say, Lorenzo, we're saying professionals, you know, the amateurs and everything like that. I mean, I've got to give credit to my friend Charles Boschel for this one, but I mean, amateur is very much just a name for someone who's less experienced. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're low on pace. It doesn't mean anything of the sorts in that manner. It just means they haven't done as much racing as, say, someone who is considered a pro.
Yeah, like I said before, let's just say I'll grab an example from my team, right, in the W2 team. I have a few 1.7K guys that would fit in right within the bronze fold, right? And one of them actually is going to be driving the LMP2 car. If you give him the car, if you give him time in practice, is just as fast as myself. And then again, I haven't raced in a racing quite a long time. Oh, a little bit of a lockup right there. But to keep the car on track as Gazak's is going to place as the other Gazak's car is gonna take a little bit of the advantage that turn 1 had. I don't know if they're gonna be siding side by side on the corner, but turn 1 loses 1 spot. But going back, I got guys that are bronze or silver rated drivers that are just as fast as our 4, 5K, 6K, 7K guys that are in the team. So if you give them time to develop and you know how to develop them, they're going to be just as fast. The question is just, I would say the bigger work would be on the psychological and something on within the racecraft aspect than pace itself, because pace is easy for you to kind of like mimic. The biggest thing is like the psychological and racecraft effects of knowing when to overtake, when to dive, when to be conservative, and things like that, and moving forward into your sim racing career of sorts, or even your racing career if you want to try to have one.
You certainly do. In all of that, Lorenzo, sorry, the NOP, the lead of the LMP2, have just had a drive-through penalty. They've just served it. We just saw it on our screens. They went all the way through the pits without stopping, and they have just lost the lead then to the, I think it's fair to say, the Iron Lynx team. I don't think they'll be offended us calling them that, of course. That is pretty much their real life jobs, as it were. They have taken the lead though. They've got a nice healthy gap between NOP as well. They've served their drive-through. They've come back out in P2, which is impressive in itself, that you get to serve a penalty and still be on the podium. But they are now at a disadvantage and with the work to do.
Yeah, but I think they got pace. They're going to be able to get closer to the Iron Lynx sim racing team. So it's just a matter of how big of a work they're going to have to do to try to get closer to them, because the gap was actually extending to about 6 seconds before they did the drive-through. Luckily for them, the drive-through around here it's a considerably shortish run-up because of the straight, and they go around 80 kilometers per hour. So it's not the biggest run they're going to have from one end to the other end. So that's why the gap is not as big as we thought it would be when they came out of the pit lane.
Exactly. I wonder what that was for though, because I haven't got the information privy to us at the moment. I've just asked if we could maybe have a chat with the team just to see if they can shed some light on what has just happened. So we'll see if we can have a quick word with them, as we're going to stick on board here though with this battle. This is for, I believe, P9. That's VR Racing in front with Delta Racing here behind. And they are looking to try and get past Fonseca here, having a little look left and right in his BMW. Can he make a move on that McLaren? That is going to be the big question. Connor Swain currently at the helm of that car. Down the back straight they go now. Are we now going to see a move in towards turn 10? Who can be later on the brakes? Who's going to be a little bit braver into this zone? The BMW pulls out, but is going to have to sit behind and wait for the moment, or maybe have a look here on the exit. But no, VR Racing still ahead for the time being.
Yeah, the question is when VR is going to get overtaken, because that BMW looks pacey. And I was looking into our broadcast chat out of VR Racing. They were saying we are in 9th place and we are just existing.
Yep. Well, they might be having to exist a little bit harder now, because they've got a car right up behind them trying to make that move. They're doing well though. To
be fair, if you are existing and you're still within good position, nearly inside the top half of the contact with the Iron Lynx team, that could have been ended badly. But if you're existing nearly inside the top half of the GT3 standings, that's something. I have no problems with that.
I think I'm just trying to see, because sorry, I can see that we do have the NOP in the waiting room to have a chat with us. The only problem is I can't add him in here so that we can have a word with him. Maybe Samuli there can help us out with that one. But we did see there Fonseca was able to get around and make that move. Very nice one indeed, as we are having a little bit of technical difficulties here to make this possible. If anyone is listening, maybe they can help us out. I might have a word here in the chat, Lorenzo. But yes, nice move there for Fonseca and takes that position away. But like you say, Lorenzo, existing does seem pretty good, doesn't it? It's not that bad. As we have got Mikhail here to join us now from NOP. Hello, Mikhail. Obviously, up until the point of the penalty, leading. I mean, brilliant start from you guys. Talk us through the race so far.
I mean, I don't really know. It's been pretty uneventful from our end, except for the last side put us in. But yeah, it's been pretty calm. We've just been driving our race and trying to keep out of trouble unsuccessfully at times.
Well, then maybe you can run us through the drive-through penalty. What was that given to you for? If you can clarify that one, and do you think the win is still on at this point, even after serving it?
Yeah, I misjudged how fast. I think there was a GT3 and an LMP3 ahead of me, and I was going into turn 5, I think, a tight left-hander downhill. And I just misjudged. I was trying to overtake the GT3, and I thought the LMP3 was leaving me space, but it was just taking his line. And I ran into the back of him a little bit. Totally on me. So apologies to that part. I think we can still do something in this race. I think we have pace. We didn't lose too much time, so we were still in P2. So I think race is still long. Anything can happen.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we're not even at the halfway point yet, Mikhail, so definitely still time in this. I mean, the gap was 10 seconds when you came out of the pit lane between you and the top spot. I mean, it's already 4 seconds, so clearly Oliver has some pace in that car. I mean, battle definitely on then, I would say, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I didn't know it was 4 seconds, so that's a good, sounds like a good, it's going well. We believe the car ahead is double stinting tires now, because their pace has dropped off quite a bit. But we'll see if they don't, then I think that's only good news for us. Or no, that would be bad news anyway.
In terms of the strategy as well, obviously in the first stop phase, you've gone much further than the IRL team. I mean, are you saving fuel? I mean, what is the strategy there for you guys? You don't have to give it all away, but maybe a glimpse.
No, we have our lap target and we're driving to it. We weren't really sure what anyone else was going to do, so we try to ignore everyone else, to be honest, and we just concentrate on what we're doing, because that's the only thing we can affect. And I know Oliver is doing extremely well considering the limited practice he's had. So that's kind of why we went with this linkers on the strategy. That's it.
Brilliant. Well, thanks for joining us here, Mikhail, and shedding a little bit of light into the sort of team itself. I mean, I'll give you one quick question, maybe again a bit of a sneak preview. How are you feeling about the next round for Nürburgring? Or is that too far away?
No, it's not. I'm not sure I'll be here, but it would have been enjoyable. I think that combo would have been quite nice. There's always some interesting times into turn 1 as well.
Absolutely.
Sorry for missing.
No worries, I'm sure you'll be forgiven. Lovely. Well, thanks for joining us, Mikhail, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Brilliant. So, well, that gives us a little bit of an insight into the team there, Lorenzo. I mean, they're certainly on pace. I mean, look at them. In the time we've been talking to Mikhail there, I think they've closed about 3-4 seconds on that team. So we're clearly pushing, and it's paying off for them. I can't see why they can't retake it at this point.
The gap is at 1.7. They're gonna retake it. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. And yeah, they are definitely charging forward. But I think it's going to, this is definitely going to be a bit down to strategy, because the IRL team, of course, they're a bit slower here on pace. You can see the gap there now. I think we probably stick on board with this, because it's coming down, very, very fast indeed. There's one car in between them, but that is
Old Firm.
Yeah, you're right. They're lapping them, aren't they? So they should jump out of the way, but they should get out of the way fairly simple as they find their way through turn number 9. Gap just over a second.
Yeah, but you know what's the odd thing for me is how crazy this race is. Look, kind of like from the start. If on normal circumstances, this would have been a battle for position if they had had the crash in turn 1 and 2. So it's a little bit odd for us to, be talking about how that kind of helped progress for them, as now Alpine by XRL is battling against Impact. And I think in the middle is a back marker. I want to say that's the East Block car that splits the field between the Alpine and the Impact cars.
I will absolutely try and find out. Yes, it is. That is Kevin Galvin for Wildfire, having another moment off the circuit there in his LMP3. Where's that? I think that might have dropped to another position. He's down now in P8. I reckon that's just getting it a little bit wrong. Through the corner of 5, as I was about to mention. Let's jump back on board with the leaders, because the gap is now only a couple of attempts between the pair of them. There's a GT3 car there in the foreground. That Lamborghini's going to jump out the way, and look how close Oliver Hagstrom is to the back of that car. Cappietto has got to be feeling the pressure now as he goes deep. Oliver down the inside on the exit. Has he got the move done? It's going to be a drag race to the next corner, but I don't think it's going to be easily given up by the IRL team. No, it wasn't, but Cappietto unable to get alongside into turn 7, and Oliver Hagstrom has taken the lead once again.
He cooked him to perfection. And look at the gap he's already opening up. He's about 0.8 of a second already. He's opening to that the Iron Lynx team. It's literally insane what they're doing right now. So going from a drive-through back into the lead, cooking against the Iron Lynx team, and making sure they got a corner, they lock up the tire, lose a little bit of tire wear. It's insane, and the gap was already opening up to 2 seconds on the start of the lap.
I don't know where he has managed to find this pace from, but clearly he has upped his game from exiting pit lane. Of course, he had that drive-through. We saw the team serving that a moment ago. It feels like it's only really been about 5 laps, and they've already closed the gap and retaken the lead once again. It's absolutely insane what they've just pulled off, and are back in the driver's seat once again, you could say, as Masaya really just sort of powerless to defend it. He, like you say, cooked him to perfection.
Of course, we know they're double stinting tires, so I don't know. The Iron Lynx team is double stinting tires. I wonder if the NOP is, because from my optics, the only explainable reason is NOP is on a new tire stint, and every stint they move forward, it's going to be a double stint. So we expect, let's just say, Maceo goes into the pit lane, switches over the car to someone else. Dynaco's off.
That's a huge hit, and Arnaud Dehout for Dynaco has just been spun around, I'm assuming, by the old firm car. It looked to be a bit of contact there. I think that was turn 6. Here's the move again, and no, it's not. He's tried to outbrake him, but I don't really know how that one's happened there. It looks like they just door banged, and round went the Porsche.
That was a little bit weird. Luckily for them, there's no visible damage in the car.
I wonder if that's them just overcooking the brakes, because it would have been a heavy brake to try and get a draw alongside the car, and I wonder if they've just overcooked the rear brakes, locked it, and round they went. So maybe, I was quick to blame Old Firm there. I take back that statement immediately and apologise, because I don't think they had anything to do with it really. Oh, they've missed the pit box. Cappietto there, running it a tiny bit deep, had to engage reverse. You don't often see that.
Oddly enough, and most importantly, they're on the new thread of tires. So, like we said before, we expect them to be faster than NOP whenever they come out of the pit box.
Yeah, certainly do expect it. Truls Solberg, I think Berg. Currently, turn 1. They're P6 in class here for the top LMP2 field. They still haven't stopped yet, as opposed to quite a few around them now. I'm just going to try and have a look who has started pitting, who hasn't here in the top class. So for Of course, the top drivers, they still haven't pitted yet. The first team to do so is, of course, the IRL team. They've now done a driver change as well. So Tobias Heckman in the car. They've dropped down to the back of the LMP2 field, but they've been the first car in.
Oh,
what's going on here? Are they back in?
oh, please don't tell me they got the bug.
What has gone on? Do you know the issue, Lorenzo? What has happened? They've had to reset the car. By the looks of it,
I've seen this before. Unless they had a driver swap.
They did.
They had the driver swap, but I think they could have the driver swap a little bit later than usual. But I know sometimes whenever you have the driver swap and you're refueling the car, sometimes it doesn't refuel to the amount that you want to. It underfuels the car, or even don't refuel itself at all. So you might have to reset the car on the pit box, and that could have happened to them there. So it's unfortunate.
Either way, tragedy has struck for the Iron Lynx team. Tobias Heckman is in the car, but they are still in pit lane. They're just now losing time, you could say free time, to the other drivers. So it says they've now done 5, is that 5 pit stops it now says they've done? 6 it now says they've done. I think there's clearly been a hardware issue here. I do not know what is happening, but something has gone wrong in that car and the team. And this, you could argue, is sort of like comparison, Lorenzo, to real world. You know, something like a €5 part breaking on a car, and that costs you your race. Well, this is a virtual issue in that your equipment or your internet or potentially the software we're using itself has let them down. As I think they're finally going to make their way back out of pit lane. Yeah.
I'll go deeper. Of course, I think this is what I thought it was, but more importantly, if you want to try to put up a real life reason, let's do what Alonso said had yesterday. The wheel had come off the car, that had to switch the wheel.
Yeah. Oh, this is huge. Oh, maybe not so. I think that could have been the graphics having a moment, but that's Dan de Ruyter for Fury. That was a huge hit into the wall. I think I saw the front end completely come off as they're battling there. Is that turn 1 that's just tipped them round on the nose there? And then it miraculously comes back onto the car. That was a huge hit, though. That's got to be a lot of damage to them.
Oh, if the front right of the car isn't broken already as well.
Sheesh. Limping. Yeah, that's crabbing, definitely, isn't it? I'm surprised he's made it. Is he staying? There's no way he's staying out. Lorenzo, he's staying out.
I think he has to.
Has he pitted yet?
Question. I have no clue.
His last pit was lap 55. I'm just trying to see what lap we are currently on. Struggling to see it here, but look at the front of that car. It's so crooked. Well, I mean, he's definitely going to be losing tons of time. Look at the LMP3 just pass him with relative ease. It's going to be a bit more trickier on the straight, but in the corner itself, that LMP3 I think is much quicker.
Yeah, that's insane.
Laps, here we go.
I think at this point you kind of have to bring your car back to the pit lane. I know you're trying to do damage control over here, but I don't know. It's just that racing thing. You can even see, I just want to see on the car on this straight line.
Well, I can tell you that he pitted about 20 laps ago, so...
Oh, he's close to that.
He's close to it. I think he must be holding out.
Yeah, he is.
Huge moments here, though, as we reach the 2-hour mark in this race, and Dan de Ruyter struggling with his LMP2. Still 5th, though, in class for the LMP2 Pro-Ams, but definitely losing a lot of time after that huge hit, which I think it was contact with turn 1, wasn't it, of the top LMP2 class. Is he going to come in this time by, or... Yeah, he's called it quits, he's in.
Yeah, he had to come in. I think there's no chance you would try to stick it out as long as you can to see what happens. And plus, 20 laps in, you're right around the verge of pitting in that car. So if you do a little bit earlier to try to mitigate the damage, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's. I mean, well, you can look at it this way. They're going to do a tyre change as well. You've got to come in because you've got the damage. I mean, you have got to the point where the pits strategy is going to start coming into play anyway. So I mean, if you're going to have a big moment, now would have been the time. So in that regard, you could argue it was a perfect timing for it to happen, but you never want it to occur. And we're going to jump on board here though with Fabian Elbers for Alpine. They are currently P2 in class, and they've managed to get away past that Impact machine, but Impact are in hot pursuit. They are right behind them there. You can see both cars in shot, so not a massive margin between the pair of them as we then go on to another lap around this magnificent Spanish circuit. I believe they're about to start lap 76. Yes, they are.
Yeah. And somewhat surprisingly, halfway through the race, and no yellow flags, proper yellow flags. We only had a full course yellow, I think, for the Fisher Motorsport car that was stood around the turn 1. Sorry, the final corner. I was going to say turn 15, but that's turn 14. And unfortunately, that was a quick full course yellow. And we have a car off, but then just came back into the racetrack as the Alpine car is having troubles with the connection.
Seems like it's definitely blinking. And what I mean by that is obviously when they disappear and reappear again. So I think that's the general sort of iRacing term, isn't it? It's blinking because you know effectively you close your eyes, they're not there, and then they're back again.
But now you actually got a flag specifically for the connection issues. So if you do have that for a considerable amount of time, you actually can get disqualified from the race. So iRacing does that to showcase, oh, there is a potential threat around the racetrack that exists and is related to connection. It's not even racetrack or something. And it's on them to mitigate the damage.
Yeah, I think it's fair though, because when you are blinking in a way like that, it's effectively what happens is when you are invisible, when you're going in that portion of the blink, is no one can see you, but obviously you can't see anybody else. But iRacing will still have you both entities on the circuit. So if you blink back into existence and you're suddenly in the side pod or in the side of another car, it will then obviously register the hit and you can send someone round, but you may not be affected as you normally would. But we digress and we move forward because enough about the blinking situation there. We've still got some brilliant action happening on the circuit itself. This is between Quad Dash and SMM. Philip Forrester, new driver in the car then for this outfit. And the American there trying to look past the German Mercedes there of Quad Dash to see if he can gain another position. They've also had a driver change, and Tahar is in there, the Dutch driver, now having to do some defensive duties whilst they're in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. And then again, follows suit with the ruling that we have for GT3s. Just going to pick it up right here. GT3 drivers, it's going to be interesting. If you're on a 3-car lineup, the Gold and Platinum driver has a max amount of drive time, which is 1 hour and 15. And looking from that car as it stands right now, Kodash, blah, 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 is the Silver Radar driver. So he has a minimal drive time. He has no max, so that's the good thing for them. They can kick back and relax and just drive for now.
Yeah, certainly can do, as there's quite a bit of flurry of action here on circuit down the start-finish straight. Still riding on board here with Forrester though, as that is another car exiting the pit lane, the BMW. I think that's Delta Racing, isn't it? They've also now just had a driver change, and they've got the Brazilian Leandro Toledo now racing for them, and they've come just in the middle of this battle. This is also for position, I will add though, so they've come right out in the middle of a battle. As that looked like a car went round in the background. Who was that, I wonder? Green car of Gaz X and Torsten Gross having a moment there. He's currently P3 overall in the LMP2 top class. I think turn 1's going to be definitely closing in on them and probably breathing down their throat a little bit if that goes a little bit more wrong, as more cars going side by side through turn 5. This is becoming a bit of an all-out brawl, Lorenzo.
It is, and it's a very dangerous ball brawl as Screaming Moose goes on the inside of Fisher Motorsports, but the Porsche still retains the lead, and they're going to try to take advantage of the fact that BMW has cold tires. Contact pulls the Brazilian around the turn number 8 and throws them off track. Turn number 9 as well. And Impact have to take also a evasive maneuver in that situation.
Yeah, the battling is not over here. Jose there now having to look in his mirrors. I have been told and confirmed as well by the team manager that the SMM, it stands for Screeching Moose Motorsports, as you can see that they're sporting a lovely moose on the side of their red and white car. It's a very Canadian of them. I'm pretty sure it's a Canadian team, actually. I remember looking at it in the sort of spotter's guide that is on the website. So if you do want to go check out the website for this series, please do so. They still have some openings, so if you do want to get involved in the next few rounds, you can do that. So do head on over to the European Sports Car Championship, I'm sure, and I will double check, but the link should be in the description. If it is not, then I'm sure someone can throw it into the chat at some point. But yeah, you can have a look at all the liveries they've got for all the cars out there, and yeah, that is one of them that is quite striking for the GT3 category.
I'm not gonna lie. I like the fact they are doing a very good, throwback to North America's best land for maple syrup, of course, which is Canada.
Of course,
of course. The best land also for poutine as well. So I have no complaints about that, and the great moose on the back of the car as well. And Sam Miller, P2, comes in for Impact in their pit stop. Another guy doing a set of tires, so new tire change for them.
Scout Lawrence there, a Canadian, we should say, Prismatic Racing. They're also up on the jacks as well. Is that a driver change where they've just disappeared? Potentially, but either way, they're also doing a tire change there. Turn 1, they're just coming. Yes, it is Aria Best getting back in the car. For Prismatic, but yeah, we saw their turn 1 heading out. This is Leo. I want to pronounce it Noodle, Lorenzo, but I got a funny feeling it might not be that, and it could be like Noodle. But also the sister Prismatic car coming in up on the jacks for a driver swap and a tyre change. And here comes Francois Brandet for Unity. Also tyre change there from these guys. That's the leader of the LMP3 class.
You can call it Nuddle.
Yes, that could also be another way. We may have to ask them. I think we will at some point. Alex Gonzalez here. Oh, sorry, go on.
No. At least we're trying to do our best to not butcher names, which is always a good bit. Even though you kind of butchered, I'm gonna pick on you. It's kind of like we don't call it Leandro Toledo here in Brazil. Well, not here in Brazil because I don't live in Brazil anymore. But in Portuguese, it's Toledo, not
Toledo. Fantastic. Toledo. That's just my English coming through. You could you could argue that.
It's kind of like people sometimes saying at the start Gabriel Bortolito, right? And it's actually Bortoleto. The E is a little bit of a stronger than E pronunciation.
Okay. You've literally just told me, and you then said Gabriel Bortoleto, and I've already forgotten how to pronounce Toledo. There we go, thank you. Toledo, Delta Racing, P9, and they are right behind David Raleigh for VR Racing here, British name, so I can pronounce it one a bit easier. Currently then for P8 here in the GT3 class, so this is a battle then for position going on, and not far ahead of them really, only 6 seconds down the road. You've got Screeching Moose Motorsport P7, so that could be something to keep an eye on. As Project 91, I've just seen enter the pits there, so are we getting near the point now where drivers are going to come in for their second start in this GT3 class? Or I think most of them have already done it, haven't they? Certainly looks to be that way on the timing tower.
Yeah. What's that again?
The GT3s, I'm just looking at the timing tower for who have pitted, because we're over the halfway mark, but I mean, lap pit stops, sorry, were expected to be over an hour for some of these GT3 cars, so potentially they've gone a lot longer than we might have expected as opposed to the top of the hour. There's going to be contact though there. Toledo has been spun around by the McLaren there of VR Racing. That's how it looked to be on my screen. Maybe we can get another replay of that one, because that was quite an odd incident, because it looked like they came from the outside, had a bit of a contact, and then went on the inside. That was a bizarre one from the perspective I'm looking at, Lorenzo. I don't know about you.
Bizarre is an understatement. I think the Revolution car came in, did the dive, and by doing the dive, I think made Toledo overreact on the car a little bit. That's why he got a little bit of an understeer coming into the corner and got into the way of the McLaren, as we have the Scimitar car spun around on La Caja.
Yep. Bornstein there, just collecting his pieces together and getting back up to racing speed, but taking another little bit of a time loss there for the half spin. As that is Screeching Moose Motorsport. They're very much being challenged by these prototypes, and now down the start-finish straight. This is Bart Mattia for Tri-State, currently P4 in class, and they're going to be looking to try and get past that WOSR car down the inside into turn number 1. We haven't seen that many moves here into turn number 1 in this race so far, but there was one, and the Tri-State car managing to get the position and now up into that podium spot. Still close racing action between these two drivers. I think that is also a third fighting for position, just potentially the amateur category as opposed to the pro one.
Yeah, and the LMP2 is coming in for their pit stop.
That's how close it is between the pro and the AMs for the LMP2s as well. That's Pashel Patel, Delta V, coming into pit road. And we just saw the NOP team and Oliver pull into their pit box. So it's not a massive gap between those guys. And again, that really does show that, you know, amateur by name, but not necessarily by skill.
Definitely more skill than me.
I actually wanted to ask you, where would you be placed if you with your iRating in this series? I wanted to just get an idea. Gold, that's probably better than me then.
Yeah, I think I'm gold. Let me see the classification they have for drivers. Oh, I'm gold.
Well,
I'm 300. I'm 300 iRating nowadays, because I don't drive anymore. Like my 4K iRating, my 4.2K iRating, like took a dip from 23 and 24 onwards.
Okay, it's still much higher than mine. I've had a high of 23, which would just stick me into silver. I'm now back to an even 2,000, there or thereabouts. So I'm firmly in that bronze category. So they wouldn't even allow me in the LMP2s. This is a move though for Sam Miller for Impact Racing, going around the outside. I believe that is the well, it was the overall leader before the stop, but it is now going to be a pass for the lead, because Oliver has just pitted, coming out on those cold tyres, so struggling for a bit of grip, and Impact Racing with a nice easy move for them to take the lead here then, just over the 2-hour mark. That will of course probably be reverted when they do eventually stop, but at the moment they are the leaders.
Yeah, all race can turn around in like a blink of an eye of sorts.
Well, we've seen it already happen. The Iron Lynx team having issues earlier on. I want to say they are still in this race. I'm just trying to have a look where they are though. They are very much dropped further down, and they are of course 10th in class. I'm just trying to get a gauge of overall where they are as well. They're still within the pack, but more towards the amateur side of things in terms of that pack there, but not out of the race of course, but very much having a tougher time with it now.
Yeah, but what impresses me so far is the gap is coming up a little bit, so between the leaders and such. So Impact, I'm looking forward to see how NOP is going to try to fight back Impact's pace, because their mid-pace pace was kind of decent. Heckman just having a little bit of a scary dive right there as East Block is off the track. I think that's around La Caja.
Trying to see, yeah, that does look like that. You can see the massive red infield there. As they slowly get up to pace once again. I wonder, was that just a little bit of an overcooked moment into that corner? Yeah, you're spot on there with your cornering, Lorenzo. Up to pace there once again, so Stepan, he won't think about it all that much. He'll just try and knuckle down and get back into the fray once again, as these will be nice easy passes down the start-finish straight. I say that it should be. Francois for Unity, you might think otherwise, but he is in a different car class, so yeah, we'll let them go and not cause any issues.
Yeah, no big issues. That's the most important bit in the car.
Francois Brando, Unity, currently P2 in the LMP class. I'm just having a look, and they are there on pace alone, as that's a big moment there for Pashel Patel. Delta V leading the AM class for the LMP2s, and they weren't far behind the overall leaders as well after that pit stop, but that was a bit of a mistake. Luckily, there's a nice bit of runoff area there, but it's a shame it is all gravelly, as I'm sure they probably would have preferred tarmac on that occasion. But yeah, luckily no big issues, no spins, no massive offs that cause damage, and they'll return to the racing circuit, albeit maybe a bit of a battered and bruised ego.
Yeah, absolutely. But what impresses me right now in this lead is how dominant the lead is in comparison to everybody else. Nearly everybody up to top 5, inside the top 5, outside of the top 5 already has a lap down, and he has a lap down also on 4th place. As the World of Sim Racing and Old Firm have a bit of a scuffle at the exit of turn 5 on the downhill.
Yeah, certainly. It just looked like it was a little bit overcooked there, probably trying to avoid the GT3, or yeah, it definitely would have been. Oh, pirouettes going together. That, yeah, I think that would have just been a case of trying to slam on the brakes, making sure not to completely kill Old Firm there. But yeah, in doing so, of course, then caused the collision either way, but probably a little bit to a lesser extent. But Alex Gonzalez and so did the Old Firm car, got back onto the road. No big issues. You can see them there, back of shot, but yeah, going to cost them a little bit of time doing that.
Yeah, and also that proved that tail whip is a physical attack, not a attribute attack like you would do that in Pokemon.
I am so happy I got that within seconds. Oh, I had a moment the other day, I could tell you, Lorenzo. I had again, it was another series, but again, I was trying to make Pokemon references, being the age that I am, on the right age for Pokemon. And again, the person I was doing with hadn't a clue what I was talking about. I was just sort of having a giggle to myself, but then I just felt awkward at the same time.
Oh, trust me. Okay, now it shows my age. Of course, I'm 30, nearly 34. Then again, I've played basically every single Pokemon nearly in my life. But it's kind of like me and I have a friendly commentator that I do commentary from time to time. That your issue with Pokemon is my issue with him in movies. He knows zip about movies.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
Yeah, even though he has still the most egregious take I ever heard about in racing in general, that Sebring should be repaved.
Well, either way, movie knowledge, game knowledge aside.
Thank you.
Oh dear. Braunstein, Simitok P4 for LMP3s, and they are right up behind Kitsune with Lanzarotto at the helm, and currently having to look in his rearview mirrors now. I mean, again, we're seeing a few battles here and there, sort of up and down the grid. It's at some point they're all going to start coming together a lot more, or they're just going to continue spreading out further and further, aren't they, Lorenzo? But I mean, it is nice when we do see them get close to each other, because then we get to see some brilliant overtakes happen, as that is the IRL team with Tobias Heckman at the wheel, making his way through nice and easy on them.
Yeah, but I kind of half expected that of the LMP3 class, because the LMP3 class, because you have 5 sets of tires, and in the kill gap. Oh, Bronstein on the inside. Back to you.
Oh yeah, here we go then. Bit of side-by-side action, because he is going to try and make the move now. He's going to have to do it the long way though through turn number 5. Bit of the dirtier part of the circuit there, but now the advantage will come back to him with the drag down towards the next corner, through 6 the kink, and then into turn number 7. Will he be able to get ahead? Yes, he does. Late on the brakes there from David Braunstein. What a move that was, sweeping it round the outside. Almost made it look too easy.
Yeah. I never thought the overtake around Repsol would actually work, because he looks for a dive inside the old firm Mustang. Didn't have any room to work with, but nice move. I'll give you that. But back to my point, I think the fact that the LMP3 class is probably the one that kind of like relies a little bit more on driver skills.
I'm sorry, Lorenzo, I'm going to come back in here once again, because there goes Kitsune back through as Simitok got a little bit squirrely onto the gravel, trying to get past the old firm Ford Mustang, and they're actually going to call it quits, come into the pits and do it this way round. Forget battling on the circuit itself, I'm going to get you in the pits.
Yeah, I was going to come back. I think it comes not only down to the driver readiness around the racetrack, right? So it's a bit interesting on how these guys stick around the race car, and that's why I think the gap is the widest between the field, even though it is very wide between drivers in the LMGT3 class, from P3 all the way down into P4.
Yeah, it is impressive however you want to look at it, because yeah, they are, you know, they are big gaps, but at the same time they're not when you think about it. You've been racing for 2.5 hours, you know, little margins, little increments, they add up over time. So what have we got here? 1 minute 30 lap. If you're gaining, you know, a tenth a lap after 10 laps, you've already got a second, and we've currently got nearly 90 laps on the board, so that would be 9 seconds if you were gaining just a tenth. But certain teams and certain you know, driver combinations are able to extract a bit more than a tenth per lap sometimes, so it is interesting to see how these all play out. But currently Velotti there with Evan at the helm are leading the LMP3 category as they're looking to try and get past one of the back markers in that class. Nice easy move there. But they're having a very impressive race so far. They haven't been leading the whole thing all the way through, but they have had a very impressive run.
Yeah, they just, I think what's important, they kept it on the racetrack, which is the biggest thing, right? They had an issue with the which LMP2 team it was. I think it was the Alpine or
yes,
or Impact. I think it was Impact.
Yes,
it was Impact. But by staying on the racetrack, and it wasn't even their fault. I think he just lost himself a little bit on the brakes, but still was within the line, that inside line. The car just shifted outside, but you know, just staying on track, being consistent, that's really important, and eventually earn P1 by, you know, just sheer perseverance and pace. Just keep the car clean in the best way they can. Meanwhile, I saw Gezex have an issue last lap on TV3 down at the bottom of the hill, turn 6, 7, and 8. So wonder what happened to Hugo Robb, because I saw a massive lock and they actually lost the track position to Velotti LMP3 when we were looking into the camera. And again, another massive lock from a car. And I wonder if that car is in the wall there.
There's a lot of gravel down there. We just saw we just saw Hugo Robb go through. This is Christian Ablasser for the sister Gaz X car. There's a lot of gravel here on exit there, right there. So we've had a few cars going off and brought that all onto the circuit. But yeah, you're right. I saw a load of smoke, so I don't know if there was another car that just went off and have already collected themselves back up or not. But either way, it doesn't seem like there seems to be any big issues out there on circuit as we jump here back to Hugo Robb once again. He seems to be doing fine here for the moment, Hugo. He's having a good moment, or having a good race thus far. 5th in class, nothing to stick your nose up at, you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keep it in the racetrack. I think for them, given the fact they had the issue at lap 1, that P5 is sitting well for them as a good recovery race. But of course, they're clinging to more spots and more track positions and better performance as the remainder of the race goes by, even though we have about 1 hour and a half of race remaining.
Yeah, I always, when doing these things, I never quite know where the time disappears to, because before I know it, it's sort of the last 10 minutes. We're not quite there yet, but it does seem to fly by on occasion. Looking over at the chat on YouTube here, I can see that Liam DeCock, he said, that was the scariest stint I've ever had. My VR headset was tearing from the moment I exited the pits until 9 laps before the end. So clearly just had a bit of a scary moment, and he's actually here to have a chat with us as well, Lorenzo. Why don't you take this with Liam and have a little chat?
Absolutely. Liam, talk us through your VR issues.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I entered the car after Senna because we had one hardware issue after the other. Senna drives on the 2 laps before. My mom brings me my food so I could eat at his second stint.
Okay.
And then he says, "Hey Liam, my headset's dead."
That's a good way to start a race.
Yeah, so yeah, I had to step in. Okay, sure, I step in. I drive out of the pits. I am turning into the first corner and black screen on my VR headset. So I had to turn it back on, and then it had a lot of tear. I had to drive with tear. I drove the entire lap on the straight. I reset it again. So I drove blind on the straight for a few seconds. It was on again, and then it was tearing again. So I decided, yeah, now, okay, I'll just drive with the tearing, and I'll hope for a VSC. Sadly, it didn't happen, but then suddenly, like 8 laps before the end of my stint, it suddenly got fixed again. And I don't know if it was visible on stream, but I suddenly drove 1 second faster a lap.
What pretty much you could argue, Liam, is you drove within the matrix with so much tear you probably had in your eyes. But we were just talking about that on the broadcast. Jokes, believe it or not. But now, more importantly, what did your mom bring to your in terms of food? We don't care about the drinks. We care about the food.
Yeah, how do you call it? It's a Dutch dish. It's called stampot with beef.
Okay.
So it's mashed potatoes with spinach and some beef.
I don't know if Ashley is saying yes because it is the closest thing you probably gonna have to an English dish.
No, I know it. I know the
mashed
dish.
I'm mostly joking.
It's probably the most Dutch dish ever.
I was gonna say besides stroopwafel, but I think the stroopwafel is more Belgian.
No, it's Dutch, but it's more of a snack. This is a dish.
That's true. I was nearly getting myself confused, but thank God I'm not confused. And I'm going to Amsterdam in 2 weeks. Jeez. Well, back to the race topic. How's the car doing? Because besides the issue that you guys had overall, you guys sit in a very, I'm not gonna say most comfortable spot, but you guys are racing are managing to race around the racetrack and everything. But if you could assess this first round going on, how's it look like?
Yeah, I mean the car feels great if our hardware is working. But yeah, if we know from ourselves that if our hardware is doing okay, like instead of Senna's headset dying or my VR headset cutting out, yeah, we have a pretty fast car for our class. Not really capable of keeping up with Delta V today, sadly, but with Alpine in front of us, we are definitely capable of competing if we close the gap back up. But yeah, we're doing fine. We're chasing them down, closing the gap back up, and overall, it's a pretty solid car that we built.
And since you guys also have Jeffrey Ross also in the car as well, and you guys driving a 3-man group, right? Because you also have you drove Senna as well. we're not expected to see you back in the car, right? It's just going to be basically Jeffrey and Sayana taking all the way, or are you going to be taking drivers?
No, Jeffrey is out. At the beginning of the week, we decided on Jeffrey's note, we decided to pull him out for today. He's more of our reserve drivers, but Stelios just had surgery a few weeks ago. He was going to be in the car, but with him having surgery, we wanted to give him more recovery time, so he's sadly skipping out on round 1. So the idea was to put Jeffrey in the car as a replacement, but he felt like he couldn't get himself up to speed on the target that he wanted for himself. So we decided that Senna and me are gonna do it together as the 2 bronzies in the team, and give Senna mostly the practice time, because I do have a bit more hours on the car than Senna does.
All right, that's a commendable thing to do. But and I wish you guys the best of luck, because I know you guys are in P3 in class. You guys are doing really good. All the points that you guys can actually get. I know this is going to be a very closely contested championship. I know the pace between you guys looks to be quite consistent on a consistent basis, because I know the start of the race was a little bit chaotic. But hope you guys can actually do well. I don't know if Ashley has a question as well.
No, all good from me. I mean, yeah, it looks pretty good out there, Liam. You're doing a brilliant job so far, that you and the team, by the seams of things. So no, keep it up. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, I'll tell the LMP3 boys as well. They're doing better than I am. So yeah, for us, it's we're gonna try to chase down Alpine again. Try to close the gap back up to Arjen and Fabian. But I think the eyes should be on the LMP3 for our team today, since they are doing an absolutely fantastic job today, in my opinion.
And before you leave, Liam, actually, there's a question that is kind of like brewing on my shoulders of sorts as we are looking on broadcast. The CCR team is, I think they just came out of the pit box, or they're doing the drive-thru. How is it the drive in the LMP2 car with this new tire thread, and you're doing double stint?
Yeah, it depends greatly on the weather. I know for a fact that it is barely doable, but you'll be terribly slow on your second stint at the end. Like, you'll be losing 2 or 3 seconds a lap at the end. But yeah, it's just about doable if the conditions are right. With today being pretty cold, I think it's doable. But if it was any hotter like usual on Barcelona, no, then it would be basically impossible. You'll be driving on the edge of a puncture at the end of the stint.
Okay, fair. But the car doesn't feel like it is on cold tires like you normally would feel at the beginning of the stint, wouldn't it?
Yeah, at the beginning of the stint you'll gain an advantage, but the final 15 laps of your stint will feel like you're driving an absolute cruise ship.
Okay, that's a good analogy if you want to make one. Liam, I'll let you go. Focus the rest of the time you have with Senna, and I hope you guys have a remainder of a good race while sitting in P3 in class at the same train now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for the amazing commentary, and I'll tell our boys how they're doing.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Liam. That was for Velotti Racing, and like we said, they're currently P3 for the Pro-Ams. That's where Liam is driving with Sina here, and they are leading the LMP3 category as well for the time being. So yeah, hopefully they will continue on with their fine form they're in at the moment. This is Evan Goy's old firm, currently P7 for the top LMP2 Pro drivers, just making their way out onto pit lane. I think in the conversation we've had there with Liam Lorenzo, I think we're getting close to another round of pit stops for the LMP2s.
Yeah, we did. We saw some of the LMP2s and LMP3s cars doing pit stops. And we even saw, I think, one car spun around. I think that was a prismatic car. It could be very wrong. Looking for perspective, as we now see Bart Mattia doing a dive on I think that looked to be the prismatic LMP3 around TV3. So looking forward to see how they will fare. They're closing down the gap of sorts to NOP. The gap is around less than 10 seconds. Sits at 9 and 0.7, I think. So there's a good chance they can actually get into second place by the time this race is on their final moments. But yeah, it's running kind of interesting. It's shaping up to be an LMP2 class.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, we've also got Impact SimSport currently leading still after they took the lead from NOP at the beginning of this stint, you can say. And they've been there basically the entire time. They've actually opened the gap slightly. It's now 6.5. You can see they're on the timing tower, and so they're doing a really impressive job. They've really found some nice form and pace later on in this race, and I can look here as well. Last season they only did the final round at Portimão, Portugal, but they managed to finish 6th there on that occasion. The team was previously known as Work Sim, so had a little bit of a rebrand, and of course looking to progress forward with that. And I mean, if you can get a win, it's a fine start to it, isn't it?
It's a great start to form. You know, showcase your identity already early on in the race. We're seeing the stint length and strategy for the good portion of the teams, like you see for Miller. How many laps that was done in the car? Around 22 laps from what it looks like. So a good stinty length, and you can see the difference between everybody and the ups and downs in the bottom right of the field. So looking to see if Miller can keep up the same job, but he's doing a tremendous job so far on that Impact LMP2s, and he's not given any room whatsoever for Oliver to come through and actually put a pressure on them. But then again, I think comes to the fact that it's interesting though that talk we had of silver drivers being faster than the platinum and gold drivers, but he's showcasing he's just as fast as everybody, if not faster.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. We mentioned when we were talking to Liam a minute ago, sort of about the tyres for these LMP2s. We've just been given a bit of a privy information. We've got track temp up to 35 degrees. I can probably get that in Fahrenheit for those that prefer that. I can try and get that in just a second, in fact. But yeah, it's getting up there in terms of track temp, either way you look at it. But interestingly, I have been told that if they do go for the double stint on the LMP2s, that front left tyre can get to 0, and what that basically means is it's completely dead. They would have gotten a puncture at that point if they push it too hard. So they really do have to look after these tyres in these conditions. Otherwise, when they do that double stop, it can all go wrong for them. I can tell you now, the track temp in Fahrenheit is 91 for the American listeners.
At least there's someone who knows how to make the Fahrenheit calculations.
Oh, I wish I did. I have a button.
Is that button called Google?
It's not. I have on my timing tower, I have a lovely button that transforms all the things into metric or not. And so I just take it off of metric and it tells me all in Fahrenheit and like that. So look, I just have a button.
The magic.
It is the magic button.
I need to have one of those someday.
91 freedom, says Garrett in the chat. Bald eagle flying, fantastic stuff. I also noticed, and thank you very much, Adam Games. He thought, when he tuned in to this stream, Lorenzo, he thought it was real life for a brief moment in time. So if that doesn't scream to you that, you know, the virtual world isn't like the real thing, I don't really know what is, because clearly the competition is as fierce as that. Is getting pretty touchy into turn number 10. Tomas Marcelino for Tri-State there. This is the battle, I think it was in P3 before. I think they've just done their pit stop. So that was very touch and go indeed, as Gaz X just about managed to get the move done and pass them up for P4.
And got a little bit of a bruising moment right there around Lakasha, but Hugo Robb managed to make it stick, nearly at the expense of the VRAC McLaren getting shoved off the racetrack at turn 10. But you can see him opening up the gap, and World of Sim Racing coming out of the pit box in 5th place, just in the back of the frame right there. And let's see how they're doing. And and you just made the life of 2 American people happy in the broadcast chat.
Well, I do aim to please. No, I'm glad they're happy. That's always good to see. And yeah, we like to give it a bit of both. That's why we give the miles and the kilometres. Of course, over here in Europe, we will tend to use kilometres. I mean, me as an Englishman, I will actually more likely use miles. It works a bit better in my head. But yeah, across the pond, it's miles exclusively. So you understand it a little bit easier. But Fahrenheit, I don't understand it, but it's fine. I can somewhat get my head around it. Personally, the Celsius makes more sense. We were on board there with Gonzalez, but we're going to jump on board here with Delta Racing, currently P11 here. Is this a move for position? I believe it was just a simple pass on a GT3. Yes, it was indeed. And they'll move on forward and carry on chasing down the next car. That was David Coe there for NO Academy, 5th in his class as well.
Yeah, just more like of in-track pass than anything else. Wasn't actually a proper overtake. He has the Prismatic having issues on turn 5 again. And from what it looks like, I think this was assisted. I don't think this was actually self-inflicted.
We'll find out. Oh, that's the Rising Panda car, and then it just gets caught and round they go. And oh,
he came right in front of the SX Delta V car. They got him right in front of the leader.
Is this another replay of what happened? Yes, it is. Rising Panda into the corner. The gap was there. The GT3 just unable to fully fill it in. Oh, that's as close as you ever want to get to a rejoining car. That was tantalisingly close for the Delta V team. That could have been race over for them.
Yeah, that is as good as a bonjour you want to get. You're probably going to get one today.
We said it earlier, and it is obviously true. Blink of an eye, and your race can literally be turned on its head. So, yeah, mighty impressive stuff to avoid all of those problems, but so close indeed. Prismatic Racing, we were just jumped on board there with them. I think that is them just going through as well, past the Rising Panda this time without incident. And correct me if I'm wrong, Lorenzo, but I think we have a team of ladies. We've got Amy, Leah, and Rachel all on the car. Sorry, the spotter's guide there. I might be wrong, but
no, you're
correct. I can see, team of ladies, and just like the real life, there's also a team of ladies. That's brilliant to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Inside the Prismatic LMP3. So, it was good to see that. If I could be incorrect here, but I think Prismatic as a whole, the majority of the team is composed of female drivers. I'm trying to look. I think they have another entry. I'm just trying to find, because their LMP2 Pro Am also has a female driver in Aria Best. So it's interesting to see that. Of course, there's Scout. Oh, actually, if Scout is also a female driver, so 2 cars with female drivers. That is always good to see.
I think it's fantastic to see. Why not? Because they've obviously got the skills, the talent, and they're certainly bringing it forward. I mean, they're doing a really good job. They are 4th for the LMP3 team. They're actually 4th in both classes they've entered in so far, and they do have quite a nice gap over the next team back. So I mean, they're doing a fantastic job. Fair play to them.
Yeah, it's good to see also not only trans drivers as well, non-binary, as George McKay told us in our broadcast chat, as Matthew Liu for Fury having more issues on that car. We're going to look at what happened on the replay, and turn 1 apparently involved in the mix as well.
Oh no! Oh, Matthew Liu. I mean, there was nowhere to go, and I think he's just outbraked him, so he got caught out a little bit by the traffic there. It could have been a lot worse than what it was, let's put it that way. So I think he got away with it almost to a certain extent, but yeah, the Porsche suffered slightly from it, and yeah, just one of those things where you definitely don't get 3 into 1, let alone 4 into 1. That's a very, very tricky fraction to try and figure out.
I'm trying to channel my Zen Lorenzo right now.
What does that mean?
Because I saw someone blinking the headlights and doing a dive.
Okay.
My blood boils if I see some. Just because you're blinking headlights doesn't mean you have permission for you to dive down on a corner, especially if you have a 3 wide in front of you and you're gonna be the sandwich, the meat of the sandwich. So yeah.
It's something you don't want to be in this situation. Sandwiches, I think, are a fantastic invention, and
Oh no, I agree.
you know, the Earl of Sandwich, you know, hats off to him. But in this situation, the sandwiches are not a good thing because normally, like you say, the one in the middle is normally the one that causes the most carnage.
No, it usually is. I've learned this through time and time again, right? In my 10 years of sim racing, 10 year plus of sim racing. If you are in the middle of a 3 wide, the chances of something happening to you are raised up to about to 90%. And if you try to, it's a dead given. If something happens, look at all replays that ever appear in sim racing. It's not going to be the guy on the outside and come out of the corner, and the guy on the outside on the inside are actually coming in together. It's always the guy in the middle that causes something, whether he's a responsible or is the innocent bystander, or it just became a 3 wide and he was a collateral damage.
Yeah, exactly. Quite rightly so. But sometimes that is just how racing unfolds, though, Lorenzo. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
You know, people want to go for those moves. They want to try and make their way further up, and it just doesn't always pay off for them. So it's a tricky line you have to cross and walk on, of course. But this is a nice battle we've got unfolding here in front of us, though. Dynaco racing fourth with the Quad Dash Mercedes behind them. I think this is probably one of my more light liveries I've seen on the grid today. The pink transitioning into the white and black. I think I'm just a sucker for pink, though, is the problem.
I have no problem with that.
I've not got a problem. I love it. That's what I'm saying. I think I'm a sucker for it. Pink is tend to just sort of enjoy the pink colour, particularly on a car. I remember the Racing Point again. I constantly mention Formula One, but it is such a big element of motorsport, especially. But the Racing Point they had, that pink livery was a breath of fresh air to the Formula One grid when it was about. As we're going to have Sam Miller, Impact. They're in for their stop here, I believe, unless they've had a drive-through that we've not seen come on. But nope, they're pulling into pit box now. So pit action is about to unfold once again as NOP retake the lead. I think there's only been a lap between these two in terms of pit strategy. So I would imagine Oliver's going to come in next time by, unless he's been able to extend it a bit more.
Yeah. And I'll be very honest, I didn't pay attention by the time when they came to the pit box.
No worries. I'm purely going off of sort of the last time we've had a pit stop, but we'll see what happens when Oliver does come around. He's just trying to, we can see here, make his way through a little bit of lapped traffic in the GT3s. Just about the halfway point through the Kinker 6, and now turn number
7, 8.
Second, and of course we saw that the sausage curb. I don't know if you saw the stuttering there, Lorenzo, but I got a little bit of it, but it seems to be all fine now as we then jump to Corbin Lenaway here for Impact, who has now got into the car.
We are living. We're all living. I might have seen the stutter, but we are all living. That's what matters.
Certainly is indeed. So Corbin, platinum driver, so you could argue the best of the best in that regard, but we've seen a lot of drivers out here, you know, bronze and silver's really been able to do the business, and Oliver has gone round again, so this is lap number 2 then that he's going to have over that Impact car. Of course, Impact came in from the lead, so this is going to be an interesting play of strategy. I mean, we're almost at the 3-hour mark now, Lorenzo. There's going to definitely be one more stop left. I think it's just a matter of how long that final stop is going to be in terms of fuel.
Yeah, if they pitted now,
It's a splash, isn't it?
no, it's not a splash. It's a
Is it
full.
It's slightly shorter, isn't it? If they've gone full tank, full tank, full tank, maybe another extra one in there as well. Surely, if they pitted now, or there or hereabouts, it's not quite a full tank. The last one.
I could be very wrong, and normally I am, right? But they're doing what, an average of 25 laps? Sorry, 23 laps max, something like that.
About that, yeah.
All right, let me then 23. That's about 13, 26, 32, 33 minutes.
Oh, so maybe add 2 more laps on then.
Yeah,
I
so
think they've been getting to about 38 to 40 minutes.
all right, so if they are to 38 to 40 minutes, that would be playing really close.
Yeah.
And what I mean pretty close is pretty close to the total time limit in this race. If they're doing 40, they just need a full tank, and that's pretty much it, I think. And I'm doing hand mathematics. Don't trust me on it. All right, they're doing 24 laps, 25 for Leno. Last time they did 27, 27, 26. So yeah, that's give or take about 38 minutes. So let's just say they stop with less than, I would say, 35 minutes remaining in this racetrack. I would say they pretty much fine, I think.
Around that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you could do maths quickly. I cannot.
No, but there's a saying, never trust a commentator's math.
I thought it was always pay attention to the commentator's curse because it's about to happen if they've said it.
No, the commentator curses exist. I'm the self-proclaimed king and emperor of the yellow flags as LMP3 decides to have a pit stop as well. Velotti being overtaken by Unity, but that's just because of pit stalls. As Velotti coming out of the pit lane and Evan back in the car.
Yep. Prismatic also in as well. You can see that on the timing tower. As the LMP3s then coming in for their second to last top. Is this a battle that they're about to come out into? It won't be all that much, I can't imagine. Maybe no, it's the LMP2s, isn't it? So it definitely won't be a battle there. But maybe that car behind.
It's
either way, it's. Oh, go on.
It's Simatalk. It's not for position. It's more like to unlap them.
Yes, that's what I was wondering. If it was a lapped car, and it is. So yeah, Danny Bashu for Simatalk there. Currently P4 though, so they're doing all right. But they are a lap down on the leader, Velotti there. But yeah, I think, like you said, we said it earlier. I'm trying to remember if it was yourself or if it was one of the drivers said just by existing, you do well. You don't have to be the fastest car out there. You can tend to get in the top 5 relatively easily if you just keep your nose clean.
I mentioned it based off one of the guys in the VR team comments on our broadcast chat.
Yes.
No, I because that would be my mantra. I normally exist around the racetrack. I'm not the fastest guy. I'm usually trying to be one of the cleanest. I just try to exist and pick off the chaos. I don't know if you could, that kind of guy. You can kind of consider me a sadomasochist. I don't know. I like to inflict pain on myself by default. It's the fact that I like to start from the back of the field.
No, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. Yes, it is. I get what you're saying, Lorenzo, but it is a bit of a challenge. So I've done it on occasion myself, especially when I feel like if you're trying to climb a bit of safety rating, and you think to yourself, I know what I'll do. I'll start from the back and just keep my nose clean. And normally people take themselves out or get into other issues in that regard. You just pick up the 3 positions, but I feel like any race I've entered myself into, that's not happened, and I end up getting collected into something. But yeah, enough about my driving career and how it's not going anywhere, and more about these guys and how they're sort of on the up and up, you could say. I mean, some of these drivers, they're sort of bordering sort of esports levels, particularly when you get to the platinum level drivers out there.
Yeah, which is kind of like what normally people would try to go on nowadays, try to get into, climb themselves in the position. They would go like into 6, 7K rating, as you see the splits in the field right now. 3.2 for the LMP2s, 2.4 for the Pro-Ams, 2.1 in LMP3, and 2.2 in LMGT3. But going on your topic, it's kind of like on drivers are always clinging, and especially young ones, they're clinging to try to go on to something more, right? They want to be the next Jordan Caruso, the next Max Benecke, they want to be the next Gregor Hutu, right? Or some of the other great ones around sim racing. And they usually put on a massive grind. So this 4 or 5K I rating, it's good for a certain period, which gives you stability, but you're always clinging for more. And naturally, they're going to be doing that. So they try to get into the eyes of a Red Line, of a Coanda, PS competition. Some of these really top tier teams that have average of I-rated drivers clinging around the 8,000, 9,000s, you know, because they want to be on the top level competition. Even though I would say nowadays that the plateau, the high plateau, I think we would be in sim racing that we've been since the 2020s, kind of like dipped off over the years.
Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting topic when you think about it in the broader sense of things, because to me, I rating is somewhat of a superficial thing, because you know it does give you an idea of how quick someone is, but it doesn't at the same time, because pace is very different to consistency. You know, someone can be absolutely rapid, but if they go and chuck it in the wall every other race, they're still going to have an I rating of 1.5 to 2K or something silly like that. I say silly, mine's just under 2K, so I am silly. But it's about that consistency. So sometimes the pace is a little bit skewed in I rating, I personally feel, because sometimes I'm going up against guys that I look at their pace and think, how are you not a higher I rating? But that's just the way the thing is. So I think that's why a lot of drivers, particularly when they take it a lot more seriously, are actually attracted to these sorts of series, because it is about I rating, and of course that is a big thing as the leader finally comes in. Wow, that is a long stint from Oliver there. But at the same time, it's not about that. It's just a matter of keeping it clean and making sure you can go racing and doing it in a really professional manner. And that's to me is what racing should be. But that's my take.
I agree. I've been on both ends of the spectrum of sorts, as Delta V's coming in for their pit stop. But yeah, I've been on the ends of intensive grinding and such. I know it's hard. It's not easy. I know the I rating has, in fact, had a massive fluctuation over the years. So we often joke on the community that the 4K now is the new 3K or the new 2K, right? Of course, there's still a high level of drivers around the 2000 I rating field, as we see Mikael Sundström now in the car coming back out in place of Oliver. But still, I think there's such aggressiveness level from drivers to try to get into those top level ratings. And I've seen this driving against F3 drivers, for example, Martin Stenshorn, and so many others that are doing this young stuff, because I know the FIA now looks more nowadays into iRacing for their motorsport games and such, that I think invites a certain level of aggressiveness that for them they need immediate. It looks like you need immediate success for you to be on the top level of sim racing, but you often forget about racecraft.
Exactly.
And this, I have massive issues with. It's you just because now you're AKI rated doesn't mean that you're gonna learn racecraft just because you're within the 8Ks. I've seen many 8, 9, 10, 11Ks doing bad stuff, and I mean really bad stuff. The driving standards are appalling, and I mean this from from the bottom of my heart, I've seen so many races where the driving standards are so far off the bottom that you could maybe look at a bottom split race and you would think that bottom split actually is far cleaner than a top split race. Sometimes.
I think I know exactly what you're talking about. I hate to say it, but yeah, I think I know exactly what you're referring to. Either way, enough of our,
Renting.
ranting and enough of our opinions aside. We've still got a race on our hands. We're into the final hour now, in fact, of this fantastic 4 hours around Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Here for the first round of the European Sports Car Championship. We do have a full 6 rounds lined up for you as the year progresses onward. And we've got a nice few stories already beginning to emerge and evolve in this first race, and we'll have a bit of a better look at the calendar before we finish off today here, Lorenzo. But we do have quite a nice one lined up. Of course, it follows the real world pretty much like for like, except for the next round, but we'll get more on that later as well. And yeah, just looking up and down the field, sort of gaps have begun to open up a little bit somewhat. I think this is now really where you separate the good from the great in terms of pit strategy and sort of fuel saving, traffic management, and everything like that all accumulates together, as we have got some fantastic side-by-side action here still going on though. These are 2 Porsches, slightly different shades of green, and the Dynaco car right in front of them as well. So 3 Porsches on the same part of the circuit. Project 91 here, driven by Patrick and Christian Malcherek here for Fischer as well in P8, having to try and defend as best he can from what looks to be almost like a sister car behind. Down the start finish straight they go, not much separating them at all. Bumper to bumper stuff, slipstream now in effect. Is he going to pull out and go for that inside line? Looks to be like he's going to try late on the brake, really late on the brakes. Does about just get it stopped, but now he's going to be a little bit vulnerable because he went deep into turn 1. Luckily turn 2 helps him out and does about settle things once again and takes that position, confirms it through turn number 3. Lovely move from Patrick there, and Project 91 now up to P8.
Yeah, and somehow, some way, they didn't lose time to the Dynaco team. So
impressive. I don't know how they've done that.
That's impressive. Yeah, that's where I was going to get at. You battle so hard on the first few corners that on paper you would expect, there goes the Dynaco team, and you're gonna have to catch them back up again. But this time it wasn't the case. They actually are keeping within draft distance from them, and they're also taking time off from the. I think that's the Kodash car that are right in front. But unfortunately for all these 3 cars, it isn't for track position. Because Dynaco, I could be very wrong, it sits in front of them right now. It's in 5th place and is 1 lap ahead of them. The thing is, Dynaco is taking some time off. It's not big chunks, but they're taking time away from Kodash right now.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. And did I hear you do your best impression of the Cars film there when you said Dynaco? Or was that just my ears?
Team Dynaco?
Yeah, there it is.
Man, I think I've seen Cars too many times enough, and I've listened to missing the pit lane, pit box for a quick second right there. But I think I've heard so many cowboy rednecks, American people from the southern without a southern accent that I kind of picked it up a little bit, and I kind of like joke around from time to time. Especially if there's one thing I've always do, and I haven't done this year because it already went by, is every Daytona 500 is I usually write a whenever they do the pastor, they get a pastor or a father to preach and cast luck upon the drivers. I always go and write one off, like a poem of sorts, or I go into Daytona from Daytona, USA, the music, and I play around the racetrack while I speak on my accent.
I appreciate the accent. Lorenzo, I thought it was very good, in fact. Maybe we'll try and get more of that out of you, either way.
Too bad we don't have any American rounds. Then I probably would have gone for America.
Oh, that would have been amazing. It's a shame it's a European series. It has to stay here. No, it makes sense. It stays here. I'm sure we'll hornshoe some in somewhere. Either way.
I'll try to do the most American round, which is going to be Silverstone. Then I'll try to.
Oh no! Don't you start.
But that's the closest thing to America.
Well, as a British person,
I know. Jokes apart, I'm probably going to do that in the Portimão round because it is the final round. Then I'll leave my unhindered a little bit more in the back of my drawer, and then I know there's a lot of American people are coming to live in Portimão here in Portugal, so I can do a few bit more.
yeah, no, I can definitely relate to that somewhat. Oh dear. Evan Velotti currently leading still the LMP3 category. I'm trying to line up potentially a chat with some of the Impact drivers, or one or two of them as well. And then we can see how they feel their race is going. They seem to be doing pretty well, sort of all the car classes that they are a part of. I'm particularly looking, of course, at the very top class itself. They are leading, of course, over NOP still. But they are currently P3 for the GT3 class, and they are not far behind the P2
yellow
as
in 10
well.
seconds.
So they're looking pretty good up and down the different car classes they are a part of. There's Corbin Lenaway, out leading the overall standings, and of course the top class as well.
Yellow now.
I just
course
wonder
yellow.
if we can. Oh! What has happened there then?
There you have it.
So it's like, yeah.
Unless that was during the full course yellow procedure, then probably would have been the weirdest incident I ever seen. But then again, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I mean, surely if full course yellow, they'll all slow down. You should be less likely to see a spin. We'll get a replay of it to see exactly what happened then. Down towards... Oh, it's going to be a massive dive, isn't it? And too late on the brakes, and there it is.
And that's... and actually caught the LMP2 and Pro-Am leader on the back left.
Oh, that was a small tag, but tag nonetheless. That was lucky, because otherwise that could have been curtains, especially late on in this race. So yeah, very fortunate there to not sustain more damage than they did. As I'm still trying to organise here, Lorenzo, a chat with the
one of the Impact drivers, right?
One of the Impact drivers, yeah. I would love to have a word with them just to see how they feel things are panning out for them, especially when they have got quite a good result going on here so far. Another man currently looking with a good result at the moment is Julien Goffinet for Delta V, leading the Pro-Am LMP2s. As I would imagine, judging by the little voice mark on the right-hand side of the screen, there goes the yellow flag, and we're back to green racing conditions once again. So up to full pace, they all go.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Goffinet pronounced some very nice French words when actually was spun around on a caution. Of course, I say this with 100% sarcasm.
Can you keep it PG, do you reckon?
No. I'm not gonna say any words in French. The only words I know in French that are he probably would have said are not PG.
That's what I was sort of wondering out. Do you reckon he kept it PG?
Oh, definitely not. Definitely. How can you keep it PG whenever you're leading the race and you get spun around?
Yeah, well, yeah, I can imagine that. Actually, that's fair enough. I've tried to get a driver from the Impact squad. Unfortunately, the only one I've been able to get into contact with is not fantastic at English. They're not currently at the computer either, so I think we might have to miss up on that one for the time being. But yeah, Impact, the Impact Sim Sport team, they are doing a fantastic job out there. Currently P3 for the GT3s, and they are leading the overall race as well. So certainly no slouches in the classes that they are taking part in. And yeah, certainly looking good nonetheless. Maybe we can have a... Yeah, sure. Maybe we might be able to get a statement in writing that we can read out here from one of the drivers at least. But maybe we can try and talk to one of the other teams at some point soon before the race itself ends. But last 45 minutes now, Lorenzo. Time is counting down. Of course, I tend to sort of call it crunch time as we get to this portion of the race, because it is all about now. It really does matter what you do.
Yeah, right now it's basically crunch time. This final hour, you got to get everything right. Make sure you're on the right set of tires, or you're saving the final set for a massive push at the end. So looking forward to see how the remainder of the race goes, because if NOP, if Impact is gonna double stint the tires, I'd be a little bit afraid. I'm not gonna lie, because NOP has better tires than they do. Of course, it's about 7 laps less, but that can make a little bit of a difference. I don't know if Mikael Sundström's pace is gonna be better than Corbin's pace at the long run. But other than that, it's starting to be a very interesting race. And keep an eye out on the tri-state racing. And that gap was actually closing between Tomás Marcelino and Mikael Sundström. So there is a potential battle for P2 in the overall standings if NOP is not able to fight back within the stint. But it's open. It exists. It is there. And 9 seconds is easy for you to catch within 45 minutes.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all it takes is one small mistake, and that's 9 seconds gone. You know, we've seen that a few times this race where cars just having little half spins. And speaking of half spins, Matthew Luke for Fury is round again. I'm just trying to work out what corner that is. Is that the sort of
Turn 2.
quick chicane? Is that turn? Oh, it's turn 2. Yes, you are absolutely spot on. Turn 2. I wonder how that one came about, whether it was contact or just a bit of a misfortune with the driving itself, but either way, gets it self-righted and through they go once again. I think it could have been a bit of contact here. Down the inside into turn number 1. Oh, he's going to get tagged. Yeah, there he goes. So it wasn't. He had no choice there. It wasn't his fault at all.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is the No Limits Academy in front of them in the race?
I'll try and find out for you. Let's have a look here. So, No Limits Academy, they're currently P8 there. I am not too sure.
And I think Fury's in 5th. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They are, yes.
No, Gazex is in 5th. Fury sits in... They sits in 6th place. Oh, this is not even battle for... Okay, remember that blinking of the headlights thing as Matthew Luke comes into the pit lane?
Yep, I do.
That instance, I understand what Lewis is trying to do. You know, you're the car with more laps in. You are not battling for track position. If you're Matthew, you could have lifted, because necessarily as he takes on a drive-through. That is an avoidable contact. I think that's just driver communication that could have been better done. I don't know if you could blame way too much what the No Limits Academy LMP2 try to do around there as Corbin goes around the Alpine car. And see Alpine just lifting off the gas a little bit, while braking. Not trying to battle way too much. Could have gone on a little bit harder braking. Allowed the overall leader going through, and by being another lap down, is still trying to chase down Delta V for the lead of the race. While Velati's actually doing a solid job trying to catch back, but is not doing anything for their favor in their favor as it stands right now.
Not at the moment, but there's still time. It's drawing to a close, but there is still time. So we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, you obviously, it makes sense to lift off and let the class leader through. It's also just an opportunity to save fuel. You have to look at it like that as well. It's a long race, 4 hours. It's It's no short sprint. It's not gonna, be over in a matter of moments. So, you're playing the long game all the time in multi-class racing, and these things happen. You get lapped by the faster car, even if they are in your same car class. And so just let off the throttle, sorry, save a little bit of extra fuel, and go a little bit further on down the road like that. So you can look at it many different ways, but that's the way I look at it. Just play the long game. You're always looking at the bigger picture and less about your sort of ego in the moment. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, pretty much. Meanwhile, a potential battle in P2 in the GT3 standings as Impact, from what it looks like, is getting closer to that Delta Racing by Tri-State. Gap, I think it sits around 2 seconds between Delta and Impact. So Nicola Loikkanen is struggling maybe a little bit with the first laps. I think within his car, that's his first stint, whereas Impact, the gap widened a little bit. I think that's due to the fact of the 2 LMP2s that are going around, one in Old Firm, and I think the other one might be Delta V. I could be very wrong. No, that's the Gas X. Oh, contact! Oh my goodness.
Gonna be a bit. Oh, they've just about managed to hold it up. Nico Loikkanen there for DR by TS has just about managed to hold onto it. He is going to lose the position though now to Impact, so that has definitely promoted them up a position. So Impact now in second place and have got 16 seconds to Vortex the next car up the road, but they have very much still got that BMW right up underneath the rear wing. I wonder who was the other cars involved there. I just caught a glimpse of it as I came back to my screen, Lorenzo. Which is Old Firm.
Yeah, it was the Old Firm LMP2 and Gazax, the red Gazax, that got as a collateral. You're going to see them on the inside. Is that actually Delta V that got involved as a collateral?
That's what I was wondering. It looks like a Delta V car. It is the Delta V car. That's the Pro-Am leader for the LMP2s that got caught up in all of that. I think luckily that's escape number 2 for Julien now, because that's twice where he's been sort of tagged and just about gotten away with it where there's no real major damage.
No, he got around them. It is actually the Gas X car that got behind. I think he just got around with the fact that both of them had to stop the car on the inside of the racetrack, and Delta was not far behind and overlapped them. But that's just insane, as Matthew Luke has an issue, and from what it looks like, the car didn't want it to turn left at all.
Well, once you also get into the gravel, it is very much an ice skating rink. Now you just got to try and rejoin safely back onto the circuit. Yeah, plays it safe, goes way further down the circuit, and kindly reduces the amount of gravel on there as well. So gold star for your rejoin there, Matthew. Well done. It's a shame that you did have to go off the circuit, of course, though, but hopefully he'll keep fighting on. I do wonder if he got a bit of damage to that car, but time will tell. It does look a bit dented on the front right there. Is that correct, Lorenzo? It certainly looks it.
It is dented from the contact they had, I think, a few laps back. I'm trying to remember who they had a contact with there.
I'm not too sure, but yeah, it's definitely dented. It's going to be a matter of do they decide to pit. That's going to be the interesting thing. As there's quite a gaggle of cars here as we get into the final few corners of the lap. He does indeed stay out, and oh, that's a big off though for Vermeulen in VR Racing. P10 in the GT3 category. That's massively off the circuit there. That's the final corner, I believe. How on earth has he got all the way over to the left-hand side of that gravel trap and up towards the barrier?
I don't know, but the car's broken.
That's very broken. Can he get that to back to the pits?
In the way that you're thinking, no. He's gonna have to.
That's crabbing violently.
Yeah, the way I think he's gonna have to cruise his way all the way back into the pits.
He is going to become a mobile chicane as Rising Panda almost go into the back of them. Oh,
no,
dear,
that
dear.
will be a full course yellow.
yeah, we could be seeing something happening here late on in this race. God, could you imagine a VSC or a full safety car at this point if they cannot manage to get that car back to pit lane? Look at it crabbing sideways down towards turn 4 of Repsol. He's really struggling, I would imagine, to keep that car in a straight line. We might be able to see the lock on the steering wheel. What is the angle of it? Oh, that's a good 30 degrees to the left, would you say?
Yeah, pretty much.
Quite aggressive. I'm going to be impressed if he gets this back though.
Stand by.
I still would love to know how he even got
Here it
there in the
comes.
first place. This is probably the most dangerous part of it. Such a quick corner. Let's hope no cars
Yellow
are around
in
him.
10 seconds.
I think here
And
comes
it's-
the full course yellow.
10,
Yeah, is that going to
9,
be that there?
8,
Whilst we wait to see if it is full
7,
course yellow or not, I
6,
did get a
5,
response from
4,
one of the drivers
3,
in Impact
2,
SimSport.
1.
They're
Full
feeling
course
pretty
yellow
good in
now.
the GT3s. The race is going really great, and the fact that they started from the pit lane and made a drive-through, the fact that they are where they are for that class, they're really happy with what they're doing. As we've got full course yellow confirmed right there. And he's also mentioned, this is Dorian by the way, he said the crew are doing everything, they have good pace, and they are hoping to maybe push for the win, but yeah, still with 26 seconds between them and the win, it's going to be quite some doing. But yeah, they're feeling confident. You can tell by the message there that they're hoping for bigger things. But P2 after that moment from DR by TS, and they are a further step up on that podium.
Yeah, and Fury just came back out of the pit lane with their front splitter, the front right already fixed. So you
They got
got a
lucky.
good advantage. Yeah, they got lucky on the pit lane. Lost a little bit of time, I think, to the other teams, but the fact I don't think they lost a lot of track position. But we're gonna have this battle though whenever we go into green flag
Full course
racing.
yellow ending in
in
10
a short
seconds.
bit.
10,
Yeah, how
9,
long is this yellow going to
8,
stay out for? Do you know what's
7,
interesting? This is right
6,
around the time where you can make a
5,
pit stop and get to
4,
the end. So are we going to
3,
see a few cars
2,
maybe actually
1.
taking
Full
the
course
pit
yellow
stop
removed.
now so that they can save time? And oh no, never mind, because it's back to green, and green going into green there. The two Porsches collide. Patrick goes into the back of the Fisher car. Just a bit eager on the throttle, wasn't he?
Put it mildly.
It doesn't look like there was any damage there, but Christian Maltrek definitely felt it. We saw the car swerve as they clearly made a little bit of contact on the restart. But we are back to green racing conditions, and I'm really impressed with the fact that Matthew Luke managed to get that car all the way back to the pit lane. There he is. Not Matthew Luke, apologies. But the VR racing team, I think he might be also a driver of that car.
Oh no!
Am I
Oh
getting
no!
confused? Might be.
Oh
What's
no!
happening?
I think you got to drive through for incident points.
Oh,
Yeah,
not what you need. Yeah, all the way through, and Patrick paying for that one. Rejoin though, and continue on.
Welp. And he loses the position to Kodash. Kodash is actually in front of them right now, just in front.
Yeah, so definitely cost them. Here we go. This is the replay of what. Oh my word! That is what sent VR Racing veering off into the wall, and his contact from one of the prototype cars. They were both trying to come into pit lane. Of course, the speed difference is quite vast, particularly through that entry, because it is, you know, the prototypes can put more load onto the tyres and into the car with the downforce, but the GT3s cannot, and it's just caught the driver out. Huge impact.
52G impact.
Where have you pulled that number from?
It's a sim racing meme. Oh no!
Ah.
Please don't make it 3 wide. Oh, that could have been disastrous. I think there was a CCR team that made contact with them. Let me just check it out real quick.
Not sure. Tri-State though have done their final stop now with just over half an hour left to go in this race, so Tomas will take them to the line. This is going to be interesting on strategy, is who has managed to save a brand new set of tyres for this final stint, or is this going to be the double stint for some of the teams out there? It's been hard to sort of follow in terms of tyres. I don't really think we have that information privy to us unless Samuli can bring it up and we can see sort of the stints, but I think that really only does cover laps per fuel cycle, shall we say. But yeah, nonetheless, Tommaso Tri-State, they're back out in 4th and they have already made their final stop.
Yeah, so I do have information from you. That was Unity. Unity made the contact with them.
The LMP3 team? Is that
Yeah.
what we're... Yeah. Ah, interesting. They must have picked up some damage from that as well.
If they did, I think it's not going to be a massive repair. But nevertheless, and Marcelino is on new tires.
Okay, so
Interesting.
saving the best for last there.
Yep.
In comes Alex Gonzalez for, is it World? Oh, you can correct me. for
World
this
of Sim
one,
Racing.
Lorenzo. There we go. Thank you very much. World of Sim Racing in for their final stop, 1 lap after Tri-State. I can't remember what the gap was before, but I don't think it was that large from memory. But they are in for their final stop nonetheless. The gap between Impact though and NOP, oh, there's going to be quite a big gap by the time they get back out. The gap between Impact and NOP, 30 seconds. Lorenzo, and they haven't made their final stops yet, so that is the genuine gap between the two teams.
Whenever they come in, there will be 30 minutes left. That would be right about near full stint, but you would take about, what, 7 seconds last in the pit lane? I think we got a race in our hands.
No, neither of them are pitted. What I'm saying is they both still have their final stop to do, and so Impact and NOP, that gap is 31 seconds between them.
Oh. Wait.
Yeah, they both still got to do a final stop. The one advantage that Mikael has for NOP is that they have gone many laps more. I say many laps, about 6 or 7, but that's still quite a lot. More than Impact here and Corbin Dunaway for that car. So they're going to have a shorter stop when they do come into the pits for fuel. It's just a matter of whether they both change for tyres or whether it is just for fuel.
All right, I see where you're getting at. Fuel tires are going to be 16 seconds, so and they're doing over IMSA regulation for pit stops. iRacing, it's pretty sad on iRacing. Not much we can do about on that end. So you can pit the same time you put tires. As a World of Sim Racing, Code Tires is having an issue for Alex Gonzalez on turn 5. I think that looks to be one of the Lamborghinis. That would be the PCS Lamborghini. They had an issue.
Is it just going to be cold tyres? Literally cannot grip through that corner. Oh, and tags the Lambo for good measure. That is unfortunate, and that is not how you want to rejoin a circuit, by going the wrong way. Thankfully, they did manage to get going the right way. And who was that off there in the gravel as well on turn 10? That was William Lincoln. We haven't seen much of this Team Rex, but currently P10 for the LMP class. They are a few laps down on the Prismatic. That looks like a big incident. What is this going to be?
Yellow, full course yellow. Already called.
Full course yellow. In 10 seconds. 10.
Because the tires,
9,
that front,
7,
back right,
6,
back left is
5,
healthy.
4.
It's not rotating
3,
properly, that's for
2,
sure.
1. Full course
there it
yellow
goes.
now.
It's a full course yellow either way, so this will neutralise it. Oh, and he's looped it. Is this going to be a VSC? Or is he's very close to the pit lane, so maybe not, but...
Use caution for
Oh,
disabled
we're going to get
vehicle
something
in
really
turn
late
13.
on in this race. That's going to absolutely shake things up. If you're coming around the final corner now and still need to pit, it is definitely the time to do so, because you're going to get a massive advantage, because everyone is going at a slower pit speed limiter on their car. Where is Impact and where is NOP? That's what I want to know. The gap is 50 seconds now. There they are. This is perfect timing. Surely they're going to come in.
Nope.
They haven't. I felt for sure they would have taken that stop.
Full course yellow ending in 10 seconds. 10.
Clearly,
9,
they know something
8,
I don't, because
7,
my brain is telling me
6,
they still need to make another
5,
stop.
4.
And why the
3,
gap to NOP is
2,
actually increasing?
1. Full course yellow removed.
one thing I would say, and Corbett is very clever as we get back to green again. This is very clever. He took the inside line and just hugged it. And he's shortening the circuit by doing so, of course. But everyone is at a reduced speed, so the shorter you can make the circuit, the better. Because you're then going to be all going at the same speed, but you're having a lesser distance to travel. So that was really smart there from Corbin. I think that's brilliant stuff. And I can't imagine it was enough to close the gap up that much, but it could have just been the Constantina effect of everyone slowing right down. Because look, the gap's gone back to 30.
Yeah, I think it's just iRacing, relative timing, sometimes playing tricks on our minds.
Playing tricks on our minds, but also on our excitement for the potential of what it could have been.
Yeah.
Either way, yeah, it is still 30 seconds between the pair of them. I think it has come down slightly. So Mikel maybe doing a slightly bit of a better run here as we get back to green. Tri-State are still in third. Gaz X are fourth with World of Sim Racing fifth after they've had their spin. I think that could come to bite them as well because there are a few cars in and around them that potentially could get past from that if they don't make the same mistake.
Yeah. Question is, my biggest question still remains on what the gap will be to Tri-State, and if Tri-State has enough car to get closer to them whenever they come out of the pit lane. 145 is the lap for Tri-State. Of course, that could be aided by traffic, cold tires, I don't know, as Gazax do at 139.
I think that's them getting back to racing speed from the yellow flag. So we're still on that lap, basically. I would expect these laps that are all coming in now are going to be massively slower than what they should be. And then obviously the next time they go by will be back to normal sort of racing speed. I would imagine that's what it was.
No, and that's a very, very plausible explanation. As the gap sits around 1 minute between them, nearly on the pit stop. And I'm thinking, there's no way you're gonna spend 1 minute in the pit lane here with the current pit speed limiter and the amount of time that you're gonna have to spend on fueling the car itself if they are to come in now. So I would estimate the gap might be around 10 to between 7 to 10 seconds.
Well, if it is like that, it'd be marvellous to see if they can close it in very much the closing stages then. But we have got about 24 minutes left in this race, and then the clock will hit 0 or the 4-hour mark, and then it'll be a case of next time the leader, that is Corbin Lenaway here for Impact, crosses that checkered flag to take the win. Should he be the one to do so on that occasion. But we've still, I'm pretty convinced the top 3, which is Corbin Lenaway for Impact, NOP, Delta V overall are actually sitting P3 as well. They have yet to make a pit stop, whereas Tri-State, 3rd in class and 4th overall, have. So that's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds, because I'm convinced they've still got to do another stop.
If we can, are we able to pull up the information of the last time they pitted?
I can tell you last time they pitted, actually. I've got it right here. So Impact was lap 105, NOP was lap 111, Delta V was also lap 111, and Tri-State was lap 125. Gaz X, who are 4th in class and 5th overall, theirs was 108, and Alpine, which is I believe 2nd in class and 6th overall, was lap 108. So yes, oh, sorry, 112. So I'm really going to be intrigued as to what is going on here, because I'm really not sure.
Yeah, same. I'm on the same boat as you are, I'm not going to lie.
If NOP can get to the end without doing the stop, because they've really been having going long on their stints, it's going to be mighty impressive that they have been able to save an extra stop compared to those around it. But I mean, the gap, 32 seconds. If you're not doing a full tank of fuel, which at this point in the race you're not going to be, Lorenzo, I mean, is that a gap that's doable for Impact and to still come out fighting for the lead? As they're in. They are in. Here they go. So we'll find out then.
Did you save your tires for less?
Is it up?
No,
It
it's
is
not
not
gonna be
up on the jacks. Splash and dash. Here we go. The question is NOP quick enough and have they got enough fuel to get to the end? Round the final corner they go. Are Impacts moving? Nope, they're still stationary.
Oh, they're gonna get overtaken. This is a dead given. The question is the whole gap, the gap between them is gonna be. I think it's gonna be about 9 seconds between them.
And they haven't got cold tyres to try and warm up, so that's a positive for Impact. So they can pretty much go pushing it right from word go. Can they close that gap is the question, and do NOP have enough fuel to get to the end? This is going to be fascinating to watch as we get into the last 20 minutes of this race, because NOP have really done well on their fuel saving strategy and going a lot longer than many of the other LMP2 teams. Have they got enough though? I really don't know, but have they got enough?
Right, that's the lingering question. And the other question we should make apparently is, do they have pace? Does Corbin have pace, Mikkel, to get closer? The early preliminaries doesn't look like it. And meanwhile, I'm looking at the broadcast chat, and apparently the T-Rex got taken out by a Ferrari GT3 on the racetrack.
Oh, and that is a car. If that's marked Innis for CCR, that's an LMP3. Haven't seen much of them this evening. Currently P6. I think they'll be quite safe there as well and hold on to that position. I double check how far back is the LMP3 of Tri-State from CCR at the moment. Trying to find their car. It's a lot larger than I thought. No, they're absolutely fine, I think, for that position. So had a moment, but I don't think it's going to affect them all that much in terms of whether they'll be overtaken.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, another gap I'm trying to pay close attention is the Kazakhs and Tri-State. As Tri-State is, of course, they're not going to be in the fighting spot for P2, not by a stretch of a mile. The question is, Kazakhs is in a position they can get closer and get within a battle for position. 7 seconds still a doable margin, as Tobias Heckman got overtaken by the Old Firm Academy, Old Firm team that had a lot of stuff going on in this race.
Yeah, there's been quite a few teams out there that have been they've been almost like ducking and dodging, diving, weaving, just sort of trying to avoid any incidents that goes on around them. Some have been obviously very successful in that, and others, I mean, this team, one of them, the Iron Lynx team, Tobias Heckman at the helm right now, that they obviously had a major issue earlier on with, I think it was was it software issue, Lorenzo? Did we confirm that in the end? It's they tried to get out of pit lane, but it just kind of wouldn't let them do it, so they did suffer, unfortunately, but they've managed to get back up to 8th place, so they've been gaining a few positions here and there, and in terms of the overall spots, they are still sitting about 12th, so they're not doing too bad in the grand scheme of things, considering, of course, what went on for them. But yeah, definitely a lot of stories to go on and look at, but Mikkel Sundström still leading at the moment, and that gap has stayed relatively the same between him and Impact behind. So yeah, it's just about clearly the pace is there. It's just a matter of is the fuel.
Yeah, and we got chat that they are saving quite a lot of fuel as the PSC car is spun around on Repsol. They're trying to come back into the track in a very safe form.
It's such a tricky spot there as well. The nice thing is you can look down the small straightaway, so you can see a gap quite easily. But yeah, still not a nice spot to try and rejoin her. But they've done it very successfully there, so fair play to them. And they are still running 11th place for the time being.
Yeah, and the Kazakhs, the difference to Tri-State just rocketed to about 25 seconds.
The only thing I can think about that then is they have Have they pitted yet? No. So Gaz X still haven't pitted for the 5th time, so they're still on 4 pit stops. So it could be a matter of the fact that they haven't pitted and they're having to save a lot of fuel to get to the end. Again, strategies are varying and they are all slowly coming together right in the depth of this race, which is fantastic. But we're in a bit of the world of the unknown. We don't have every single little bit of information privy to us, so we're sort of speculating, really, aren't we, Lorenzo?
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, we're looking into the final pit stops for the LMP3s. I just saw a few cars come out of the racetrack, so they're not all set for the remainder of this race. And this should be an interesting one. Last lap for Gaz. If they're saving fuel, they're saving aggressively. 149 was their lap, so far lower. Maybe drive-through.
Maybe. Could be interesting. I have just seen that it is confirmed to be a drive-through. The Alpine in the Pro-Am category have just served a drive-through, so Velotti have taken that P2 spot once again. Gap is not much between the pair of them, as he's just going to get past a back marker here is Arjun Samra. But this could be a battle on for P2 in the Pro-Ams, because the gap is very, very tight indeed after they've had to just serve that drive-through.
It made it interesting for us. I'm not going to complain about it.
I'm definitely not either. On-track action is what we love to see. Is what we want to see. Oh, they're in. Both are in. So Liam there, we had a nice chat with him earlier on for Velotti. Velotti into pit road, pulling off. I can't imagine tyres will be going on. What has happened to that car there? They're completely missing the rear wing. And Alpine stop immediately behind and overshoot the markers by a little bit. It's not going to affect them all that much. Who needs to put less fuel in the car and get going quicker? I would say it's a battle of the pit crews, but it's kind of a battle of who did better on strategy. They're going at the same time, Lorenzo. Same time, they're going to be battling on pit exit here. There they go, out of the pit lane now. The limiter will be off. They're going to be side by side on pit exit. You don't often see this in real world racing, let alone in the virtual one too. Who's going to be later on the brakes? They're going to try and squeeze each other with all the room possible. And this is definitely battle on then for P2 in the Pro-Am category.
In front of the LMP2 Pro-Am leader, which is the best thing, just to give him another jump scare. As you can see, he's already blinking his headlights. Thanking them very much for this whole thing to unfold in front of him. So it's interesting racing nevertheless. As Arjun is definitely not appreciative of the fact that it is the Pro-Am leader behind him, and he doesn't want to lose track position, which is very important for him as he's battling for podium spots of the same class. So interesting how this race is. I'd say that's fair as well. If I'm me, I wouldn't let go. I would try to drive my best. I know it is the class leader behind you, but you got something bigger in your hands right in front of you. Why wouldn't you try to take it?
The thing is about the win is out of the question. They're a lap down. You can basically say that because he's right there behind you. So, if they let him through, fine, they've lost that lap and it's not going to be the end of the world. But at the same time, the leader also doesn't need to force any issues.
Ashley?
Yes?
Did we get to the green checkered flag yet?
No, we haven't. We haven't. You're right.
Don't change the Delta V team. It's not going to be on your blood is not going to be on my hands if something happens to that car, and the entire nation of friends basically do what they did at the fall of the Bastion. I don't even remember the proper name in English. The fall of the Bastille. If they're going to do the same thing to you if something happens, okay?
What I'm trying to say, Lorenzo, they do not need to fight for the position of getting by. They are a lap ahead. They can happily sit behind and watch it unfold. But I mean, if they really want to go through, and it looks like they just about have done, then they can obviously do so. But you're a lap ahead than your next closest rival. Why don't you just enjoy the show? You don't have to force it, is what I'm trying to say.
And plus, if the funny way to see how Dauphiné put a final mark on that battle is after turn 5, the overlap that he done. He basically shut the door on Arjun's LMP2, just saying, no, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna try this again on me, pal. As now he sets his eyes only in the cock in front of him on the Velody team.
And he's in. So he didn't even need to. He's just come in now for a pit. I mean, I think it's sensible to just stay out of the way. But I mean, after what we just witnessed, Lorenzo, was that really necessary from them? Because, like I said, they're a lap ahead, and they obviously now coming into pit for a splash and dash at the end. But they could have just sat behind quite happily. I personally don't see the need for it. But either way. They have taken fuel and taken tyres as well, so it really is a sprint to the end for them. And let's hope that no bad fortune comes their way. I'm desperately trying not to jinx them, but they really have had a dominant race so far and put on a really good spectacle for us.
Yeah, even though they faced quite some considerable danger at some spots of the race.
Yeah,
and that's putting very mildly.
I think you could say they walked through fire almost, couldn't you? Instead of that level of. They came through the other side, but yeah, perilous.
You could argue they basically they did a show around the sunny Barcelona in the middle of the summer, which is very hot. Or you can even argue they went to Seville. And did a trip around there, and they came back to Barcelona in the middle of the sunny summer in summer, and survived, which is the most important thing, because I barely survived when I went.
I can say the best example I have is I went to Italy in August, and well, I don't regret it. I had a lovely time, but my God, it was absolutely scorching.
No. Here's the thing. Did you get 43 degrees at 8 p.m.?
Oh, no, I had 43 degrees about midday.
Yeah, I had 43 degrees in Sevilla when I went there in August as well. I will never forget it again. Beautiful city and such, but it's like I already told people I'm never going there again in the middle of the summer.
No, I don't blame you. Understandably so.
Yep.
Vortex driven by Engelen, and well, since they managed to get past the Direct Racing team, really have done a fantastic job. They've sort of been able to hold on to that lead the entire time. Haven't really looked back, but they definitely have had a lot of pressure. As in comes the main leader, though. Mikhail couldn't get it to the end, and with less than 9 minutes on the clock, Impact are going to retake the lead of this race. How quick is this splash and dash going to be? It's not going to be quick enough. They're definitely going to lose the top spot. But, oh, it was cutting it very close, wasn't it?
Yeah, they were playing with a lot of fire, but I think the fact that Impact pushed them so much to the point they had to push the car as well was the detriment to the team. But then again, that's on Impact's merit than anything else. The gap is 16 seconds between them. If there's one thing we can basically set in stone, this is Impact's race to lose as it stands right now. And that's how crazy this race has been in the LMP2s. What we can do is shift our attention to the P2 battle in LMP2 Pro M, because Velocity and Alpine are close to each other again.
It looks like the gap is, well, here it is. We can jump on board here with Liam de Kock then for Velotti. And yeah, you can see there the gap. There's one and there's two. The Alpine car very much touch and go behind them. Gap hovering around about a second by the looks of things. Double check. That's getting really touch and go into turn 5 there as they make the move past that LMP3. Flash of the lights in dissatisfaction there as well. I can't say I blame him really on that occasion, but yeah, this is Liam trying to get a buffer between him and Arjun here for the Alpine. He's trying to use the lap traffic there, isn't he, Lorenzo, to sort of create a bit more of a gap and a buffer.
Yeah, and he did it quite well of sorts. He managed to get some room to breathe. And is that thing I said before? In top level sim racing, might do these moves. They're not. It's fair moves, legal. It's not the best move in terms of politeness, but it's effective, and they got some room to breathe. The problem is the gap's still about 1 second between them, 1.5. So Liam's still on the back foot on this one, while Arjun is trying to put the pressure on them in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, of course you want to be, it used to be called gentleman racer, as what I remember it as, but you want to be polite and all of that, but at the same time, when it comes down to it, the nitty gritty stuff, you're going to do what you must to win. I think, of course, the very best, modern example of that is Michael Schumacher, and then Max Verstappen as well, unapologetic.
Yeah. Impact P4 just had their pit stop. Screaming Moose as well. Dynaco's in P3.
Oh, so this is changing things up in the GT3 category then. So a few splash and dashes going on. You said there Impact in, and this is that was a drive-through actually for Screaming Moose Motorsport. So they've just gone all the way through, but in doing so, they still picked up a position. Speed there right behind him. That could be a close battle for P4 as it stands. Richie Chauhan coming back out, and there is P7 as well. So actually, yeah, P5, 6, 7, not much separating them. P8 there of Quad Dash as well, right behind 2. With 5 minutes to go on the clock, those gaps, if they come down just a little bit, we could really have some serious racing on our hands here in the closing stages.
Yeah, but with 5 minutes to go, less than 5 minutes to go, it's unlikely we're going to be seeing a potential safety car, Abu Dhabi-esque safety car.
Oh, let's not have that. No,
yeah.
no, thank you.
No, I don't want to have that headache in my hands.
Neither do I. Screaming Moose Motorsport though, Philip Forrester is very much got his hands occupied at the moment because he has got Eagle Speed, a team we haven't really spoke about all afternoon, I don't think, here, Lorenzo, but they've now found themselves in the battle here. Well, not quite in the battle. I'm trying to figure out, they're not far behind in the battle for P4. Who was that behind the Screaming Moose Motorsport? Potentially one of the lapped cars, but they're getting very close to the back of them indeed. But yeah, they're not a million miles away, so you can't count them out ever. You keep making sure I'm reminded of that, and I think rightly so as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is Marcos Adami's car in the Delta Racing. And they're trying to do their best to try to get within not putting spots, but the finishing spots. As the battle between P2 and P3 still looms large between us, with less than, I would say, 3 laps to go.
I'm just having a look at the timing tower. This is obviously, of course, Adami P12 trying to get past Eagle Speed's P number 5. In front of them you have the Screaming Moose Motorsport not far up the road. You've then got Dynaco would be the next car, but I think that's a bit out of the question. But yeah, P3 at the moment for Dynaco. They're having a pretty good run of things, and they're in a little bit of no man's land is what I tend to sort of call it, Lorenzo, but there's just sort of cracking on with things, aren't they? And they've done a really good job. Podium spot at the moment, and only a few minutes left on the clock. This position, though, still up for grabs, definitely. Liam de Kock, second at the moment for Velotti in the Pro-Am LMP2 class, and Alpine charging them down right there, potentially trying to get another spot.
Yeah, still a really good battle between them. A small gap battle of sorts, but the slightest mistake Liam makes, I think Arjun, if he drives his car cleanly, he's going to be on the back wing of Dallara LMP2 P217, and he's going to make things interesting for the remainder of this race. But so far, Liam, removing problems aside, if he doesn't have anything, I think he might have this one potentially in the back. Just got to keep the car clean the best way you can.
Yeah, it's soaking up that pressure at this point and just making sure you keep it on the circuit and traffic's still going to get in the way, but yeah.
Call me crazy, and I'm not gonna go Carly Rae Jepsen over here. I know the gap between Vortex and Delta Racing by Tri-State has gone down a second. Vortex has done every single stint over an hour, haven't they?
I believe so. Yes, they tend to go. They've been going very, very long on their stints. They've been doing a really good job. They last pitted on lap 106. It's currently a lap 134 for them.
Okay, so nothing to be concerned over that. I thought for a second they would have
so.
to do on a mega safe. Yeah, I thought they would have to mega feel safe, but I don't think that's the case. While No Limits Academy LMP3 having some moments in the pit stop as they just do another splash and dash.
They went up on the jack, so I was a bit confused by that. That seemed to be the quickest tyre change in history by the looks of it. But no, I think just the splash and dash for them. Oh, they were so close though, less than a minute now on the clock. So I think, depending on where impacts are, this is definitely the white flag territory. Or maybe not, because the is rounding turn 12, now 13. So we're going to have one more lap, I think. 30 seconds, how close is this going to be? Through the final corner, go Impact and Corbin Lenaway. Yes, we're going to have one more racing lap here. So white flag, it all comes down to this. If you're going to get a move, get it done now, and there's not a lot of time to do so. I also did see in the chat, Lorenzo, in the YouTube chat, that someone kindly pointed out it's a Moose versus an Eagle battle, and they're both driving a Corvette. So I don't know how much more North American you can get.
Basically, only if you do something else with North America. Meanwhile, Velati and Alpine, same second. Literally the same second. I think the gap is about 7/10 of a second. They just came down into the start-finish line, side by side through turn number 1.
Yeah, it's not a lot separating them at all, and not a lot separating these guys either. Quad Dash trying to get past the green Porsche there in front of them, and having a little look side by side of Fisher's green Porsche there. Lap traffic getting a little bit in the way, you could argue. This might put the Mercedes off for a move, but Malcherek still able to hold. Oh, that's getting awfully tight and close into turn number 5. This could definitely be on in the next few corners for the Quad Dash car. Is whether or not they can get a decent run and exit here out of turn 7 and 8. That lapped car has definitely put that Porsche under a bit of pressure now though. Up through towards turn number 9. Can that Mercedes get a decent run? Certainly looks like they've got a fantastic exit. Now they've just got to pull alongside and get it done on the brakes.
Yeah, and I think the leader is coming up. 4 wide is going to form into Lakasha. There's contact, and Quadash is spun around.
Oh, half spin there, because that was between Liam de Kock and Arjun Samra, as I think Impact have pretty much come round. There they go, already won the race, but was trying to keep on board with the action happening. Congratulations to them, and we'll see. I think there's only probably a corner left to go for the Velotti and Alpine, still sat in that order. Julien Goffinet also came home to win the Pro-Am class, and yeah, Velotti also did just about take it at the line. My word, that must have been awfully close and tense in the closing stages there. Velotti also still leading the LMP3 category by an absolute country mile, over a minute between those guys, so they're going to be incredibly happy indeed with that one. Here comes Delta V and Julien to take the top spot in that class, and of course Vortex for the GT3s. Here comes the LMP3 now into pit lane.
You're not going to pull a Michael Schumacher on
No
us.
way.
No way.
Is he trying to just shorten the circuit? I mean, it doesn't matter. He's got a minute over the next car. He's fine.
No.
No way. No way.
No way. No way.
Has he just done that? There's no way.
No, but he already went across the line.
Yeah, there goes Vortex as well. They'll be happy with the win. They were very much under pressure the entire way from these guys here. Nico Loikkanen finishing off P2 for the
Reminder, all
GT3 class.
cars,
Dynaco
please
will be
down left
third there as
into
well.
the pit
They'll be
lane
happy
and
with
come
that
to a
one.
complete stop in
And
the pit stall.
Screeching Moose Motorsport did finish 4th ahead of Eagle Speed, but that was pretty close towards the end too. What a race, Lorenzo. I mean, so much happening. I mean, of course, with 4 classes, you kind of expect it.
Yeah, it has been really good. It's been a phenomenal race. Some race of brain strategies. Lots of battles around the racetrack, which is always plenty. It's not going to keep us bored, make us bored over here. So it's exciting all the way. I wish I could see the final corners between Velotti and Alpine. If we could get a replay on this, because I think the gap between them might have been around 1/10 of a second.
I can tell you now it was 0.19 tenths of a second, so it was incredibly close between those two as they crossed the line. Nothing in it at all, really, when you look at it like that. We should also say Mikael Sundström picked up the fastest lap with a 1:34.064. I'm pretty pole position picks up an extra point. I might need to double check and confirm whether fastest lap also does in the series. I don't think they do, but maybe I can get clarification on that at some point soon, as they all finish their in laps then. And I tell you what, we're waiting for the final results to be added up. We've got Senna waiting, Lorenzo, in the broadcast room. Actually, they've got the results up, so we'll jump through those first. Apologies, but maybe we can chat with Senna after. So impact for the time being, of course, there may be post penalties added on, but at the moment they do take the inaugural win then of this series here for the European Sports Car Championship. NOP will come home in second, and then Tri-State third, that being your top 3 in the LMP2 class. I think top 3 overall as well, because they did get pipped in the dying stages, did Delta V, but you can see there Gaz X is 4th, World of Series Racing 5th, the NL Academy 6th, and the Iron Lynx team managed to get back up to 7th, so impressive stuff from them after their issues earlier on. Gaz X is also 8th, and Old Firm come home in 9th. Have a little jump over to the Pro-Ams as well then. Delta V do take the overall win in that class, and they did finish 4th overall in the end. Velotti and Alpine, incredibly close, tense battle in the closing stages of that race, but Velotti did win out and finish 2nd, Alpine 3rd. Prismatic will be happy coming home in 4th, and East Block there for 5th place. Fury managed to finish in 6th in the end after a few spinnings and incidences during their time on the circuit. Revolution will be 7th, and Impact come home in 8th. I think they've retired the car, they're looking at it 66 laps down, so no points for those guys. Lorenzo, do you want to take the LMP3 and GT3s for us?
Yeah, absolutely. With Velotti winning this race, dominant win from them with Unity in P2, Kitsune in 3rd, Simitalk 4th place, No Limits Academy in 5th, CCR in 6th, Tri-State 7th place, Wildfire through the Trials and Tribulations got 8th place, Prismatic is in 9th place. I think there's a few more cars in LMP3 running around, but that's pretty much the LMP3 results, I think.
I think you are right. I don't think there's many more. Just having a look though. The last team would be Team Rex, and they were a few laps down as well for the LMP3s.
Yeah. And for GT3s, Vortex win by 4 seconds on Delta Racing by Tri-State. Dynaco got in 3rd place. Always good to see my good friends, Team Dynaco, in 3rd place. Screeching Moose Motorsports in 4th, followed by Eagle Speed. Impact is in 6th. Fisher Motorsports 7th, Quadash in 8th. Rising Panda goes into 9th place. 10th will be. We'll get those results in a tiny bit. But I don't know if you have those results in hand right there.
I do.
Actually, but we can actually have interviews.
Yeah, we certainly can. It would be Project 91, Frida Sport, Delta Racing, PCS, Old Firm, the Italian job, and VR Racing were the final cars for the GT3s. But yes, into the interviews, Lorenzo. Is there anyone you would particularly like to have a chat with first, or what are you thinking?
No, let's try to bring the winners. Corbin in his Impact car. So I think we were trying to get a little bit of a word with him. I'll pass it up to you since you probably gonna have a talk with the race winner in LMP2.
Certainly. Well, welcome, Corbin. Thanks for joining us here. Is there any one of your teammates in the waiting room as well? Just a quick clarification, or is it just yourself?
Just me, myself, and I.
Okay, no worries then. Well, first of all, big congratulations. I mean, first round of the season, and it's a win, so I mean, you've got to feel good about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Last year I primarily drove the LMGT3 class for this series, and we dabbled at the last round of the year in LMP2 just to kind of see where we were at. And yeah, since then we've made a lot of gains as a team. We've rebranded, brought in some very key personnel, and it feels great, man. It's the best way to start out. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, it certainly would be. Clearly the rebrand doing its stuff and working for you.
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty touch and go between yourselves and NOP. I mean, were you worried, or were you pretty confident that you had it sewn up?
We were pretty confident after our last stop, just seeing the gap ahead, knowing they had to still make a stop. Before that, it was a bit, up in the air because, they received that drive-through, which helped us tremendously get back in the fight. And then Sam, the silver driver on our team, did a great job just keeping the car clean and keeping the gap where it was throughout his stints in the middle of the race. So really got to give a shout out to Sam because he held it down really well and gave me the car with 13x to spare at the end of the race, which was huge. So I think after our last stop, we knew we pretty well had it sewn up there.
It's always nice having the confidence in yourselves at that point of the race. So brilliant stuff, guys. Well done. Maybe you can give us a quick idea of what was the traffic like around here today.
Honestly, compared to last season, I thought it was a lot better. We didn't have very many big run-ins or anything. Obviously there was quite a bit of incidents going on, but for us specifically, it worked out pretty well. Honestly, just very happy with what the grid looks like this year. I think it's definitely a step in the right direction for ESCC. So hope that continues.
Lovely. Well, last thing then before you go, how is things looking for the next round at Nürburgring?
I'm pretty confident. I have quite a bit of experience racing at that track, so I don't see why we can't be right up front again. So that's the goal for the year, is just to be on the podium every round and see where the cards fall.
Brilliant. Well, final thing then, anyone you'd like to thank before you disappear?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody at Impact Sim Sport for all the effort leading up to the event. Greatly appreciated. Joseph Yang, we just brought him in a couple weeks ago, was our race engineer today, so big hats off to him. The setup was absolutely mega throughout the whole race, even on used tires, so big shout out to him. And Racecraft Group, P1 Docs, anybody else I forgot, appreciate it.
Lovely. Well, thanks for joining us here, Corbin. Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. Well, that was Corbin, your overall race winner and winner of the LMP2 class. Trying to work out which is the class winners here for the categories themselves. Do we see the Pro-Am winners here, Lorenzo? I'm trying to work out names.
That's where I'm trying. I want to say I don't think we have anybody from Delta V. It's Goffinet and Raphael and Patel. We don't see them, unfortunately.
No worries. Well, why don't we then, for the Pro-Am category, we could bring in Liam again. We had a nice chat with him earlier, and he can maybe discuss how that final few laps were going between him for Velotti and, of course, the team they were battling on track within the closing stages. Lorenzo, why don't you take this one?
Yeah, Liam, heart rate. How much did you measure your heart rate?
240 BPM.
Jesus Christ, mate.
But could you pull the LMP3s as well?
Yeah, sure. I'm trying to find the people in LMP3 specifically.
Bartos and Evan.
Okay, here we go. Bam. Actually, we could do a double header then. That's even better. Killing two birds with one stone, I think.
Oh,
I would say,
fantastic.
actually.
Yeah, all family together.
All family together. But let me start with you, Liam and Senna. Very interesting race from top to bottom. You guys had a lot of going on in this race and had to claw from a few spots. But that ending, was there any concern that the Alpine car would eventually get to you? Where was your mindset going through those to the final stint, Liam?
We were on 29 of 30x. That's where my mind was at. And we finished the race with 1 liter left in the tank. So that was some very tactical driving to get back to the pits. So yeah, it was the entire stint was a combination of trying to keep it on track, trying to keep the Alpine behind, and still trying to save enough fuel to make it to the finish, to the pits.
That's a good race if you want to call it that. Not nerve-wracking at all.
Yeah. Ask Senna. The only thing that I wanted to know, I didn't even want to know the gaps anymore. It was just, okay, tell me when at the 5-minute mark how long we have left. Just tell me that. Everything else, just complete silence, please.
Senna,
I think the final 20 minutes were completely silent.
I couldn't even speak in that moment.
yeah, I was gonna ask you, Senna, because you did some like Liam Till was telling me you did some quite considerable driving. I was like driving this car around the racetrack with the gaps, going up and down. You guys were fiddling around the top 3, top 2. Was it like the same when you were driving the car and Liam was around?
Yeah, definitely. It was the grip for me was a bit harder to find, but I eventually in the second stint I found it, and I basically did what Liam asked: is keep it on track and keep the gap close to the guys in front, and that basically perfectly set up Liam for the final stint. Wasn't too happy with my pace considering what I was doing in practice, but overall with the result, very happy.
It is always important for you to get the podium. If you get podium, it's always a good day in anyone's books. But moving forward to Nürburgring, boys. Not Paul Ricard like you would have in the ELMS, in the real life ELMS, but is a track that is just as technical as this one. Where is the preparation mindset going for a track that is very similar in some points to what Barcelona drives, but it's different in terms of course lap times and such.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the track of Nürburgring is a bit more sprint focused with such a short lap and such an overlapping traffic there, which is going to be pretty interesting in my opinion, because Barcelona seemed like a better track for traffic than Nürburgring, but of course, with everyone on track, so we'll have to work together with the other classes as well. And honestly, man, Nürburgring is such a fun track, so I think it will be great, and I think we'll just head into it with the same mentality as we did today, and we'll make it something great again, something great to remember.
Oh, that's a good mindset for us to go moving forward, and I just wish you guys the good luck on the remainder of the championship, Liam, Senna, and I'll shift my focus to the LMP3 boys now. I think we can talk to Evan and Bartosz. Easy day in the office, I would guess.
Yeah, honestly, quali wasn't the best we thought it would be. Bartos qualified P7, but yeah, as the start came of the race, we managed to get back really well and and stay consistent. Bartos did a great stint. My first stint was pretty difficult, and the rest was just I was in the flow after, and we got the win at the end. So that's what it all counts. First race.
Absolutely, and it's always a good thing, to start strong in the championship. But more importantly, I think, Bartosz, if you want to speak about it, and even you, Evan, on this end, you guys had such an impressive pace in comparison to the remainder in the competition. Once you guys got the groove on in the car, Were you guys surprised by how confident of a lead did you guys have on the competition at a certain point in the race, or were you guys always confident that race pace would be good if we did our things right?
Yeah, you wanna talk about ours? Or?
Sure. My mind went blank.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I can
hear
take
that.
it if you want.
Yeah, you can. I think.
Okay, so yeah, we talked about it in private, and yeah, we were hoping by what were seeing it during preseason and free practice that our pace was mostly in the top part of the grid. So we are firstly mainly focusing on getting a podium and maybe a win if possible. And yeah, we've got everything for the win. So yeah, that's. The win came to us really, really easily. We fought for it. Also, we had to really drive really fast because Unity Racing were also really good. Big up to them. And yeah, hope to fight again in Nürburgring.
Mm-hmm. And talking about Nürburgring real quick before I leave you and let you guys go and celebrate your win. What is the mindset for, like I asked Liam and Senna? You guys go on a car that sits right in the middle of the field. It's a high downforce track. There will be moments where the GT3 might have a little bit of an upper edge, but how are you guys feeling confident going to Nürburgring with the Ligier?
I mean, I've done some testing there already, and yeah, it was pretty good. So probably gonna need a bit more. And yeah, we will be confident and go back with the same mindset.
All right, that's as good confidence as any, boys. And again, I want to congratulate you on the win on the LMP3 class, P2 in LMP2 Pro M, and hopefully you guys can translate that into a good outing as well in the German track in about a month time.
Certainly gonna try.
Yeah,
Definitely.
definitely.
All right, that's the spirit. Ashley, back to you.
Lovely. Well, thanks, guys. Big congratulations from me as well. So really good stuff. Right.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks.
No problem. Let's. Right. We'll jump. I say jump. So, did I kick you out, Lorenzo? Apologies.
By accident, but it happened.
Oh dear. You're back. That's the main thing. And we're gonna get the GT3 winners here. Vortex, Maiko, and Joran. Hello, guys. Welcome. I mean, first of all, big congratulations. I mean, how did that one go for you?
Hello, thanks, guys. Yeah, it went very good. It was such a lovable, enjoyable event. We really enjoyed it. So yeah, it was very good, very clean. So we're very happy.
Brilliant stuff. I mean, it wasn't necessarily an easy ride for you. You weren't leading the whole race, but I mean, you were very much tucked right up at the front. How was it looking in the battle between you and the, is it the Delta Racing team? How did that one pan out? I mean, we know how it went in the end, but how was it during the middle bit?
Yeah, it was sweaty. At the start, we had an LMP in front crashing, so we need to avoid, and then we lost a couple of places. But then we fought it back, and then yeah, they were in the lead, and we just followed, saving fuel. And from then on, we made a pit stop, and then we came in front, which was very nice. We don't know how, but yeah, that was good. And then they were just very much on the pace, and yeah, they were always like within 10 seconds or something. So it was very sweaty till the end. So yeah.
So yeah, sweaty is definitely a certain way you can word it. I mean, pressure cooker is another one you can also put in there. I mean, feeling it today, sort of heart rate elevated, was it?
Yeah, it was definitely.
Certainly, indeed. I'll also ask about the traffic. I spoke to we spoke to the LMP2 drivers earlier. For them, of course, they're doing the lapping. You're the one guys being lapped. How was the traffic out there today?
I need to say it was good. In the practice, we had, or how we say it, we were like, okay, this is maybe tricky. They never do what we expect them to do. But in the race, actually, it was very good. Yeah, it was proper. So it was good.
Nice and predictable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you always are looking for.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I mean, congratulations, guys. I mean, Nürburgring is going to be next time out. I mean, how are you feeling about that circuit?
Okay, Joran, you can give the answer now.
Yeah, I think I'm looking forward to it because it's one of my favorite tracks. So I hope I will be good there. Also, team rated here and winning, hopefully. But yeah, it will be difficult. But the Acura are very fast, and BMW, of course. The Mustang in the beginning was also very fast, but they fell out something, and I don't know what happened. But
no.
I think it might have been a bit of contact on that occasion. I can't fully remember. But tell us about your car choice then, the Audi. What made you go there?
yeah, so I'm a big Audi fan. Originally, we chose the Porsche, but that was not an option. So the second choice was the Audi. It was the first time driving the Audi actually in iRacing, so it was a bit new, a lot of practice, and yeah, came very good.
Yeah, new or not, it brought you a win, so you've got to be happy with the performance nonetheless. Well, brilliant having you here, guys. Thanks for joining us. Anybody you'd like to give a thanks and a shout out before you run away?
Yeah, for sure, the team Vortex. Also Brian Timmermans for the setup, Vortex with a little setup adjustment. So yeah, that's always nice. And of course, you guys. Without you, it wouldn't be that amount of fun. So
thank you very much.
Yeah, we had problems with our car number in the practice.
Yeah.
Yesterday it was not correct also, so it was a bit tricky to join with the right number in today's race.
Yeah, so big thanks to the guys who helped us from the crew.
Yeah. Lovely stuff. Well, we're glad you joined either way because you definitely put on a decent show for us. And yeah, thanks for joining us here once again. Well done, guys.
Thanks,
Thank
mate.
you.
Cheers.
Lovely. Brilliant. Well, that was then Vortex GT3 winners in class. Congratulations to them. Lorenzo, that sums up interviews for us of all of our race winners. Any final words from yourself about today?
Fantastic race. Like to be able to commentate these 4 hours. Looking forward to see what Nürburgring is gonna drive. For those wondering, why not Paul Ricard like you would have in the LMS, which would be the IRL next round, is because unfortunately we don't have Paul Ricard in iRacing. Well, yet. But it's due to come someday. The question is when, and we cannot wait for iRacing to give us a track. So that's why I think they went for Nürburgring this time by. But it should provide a very enticing race. It's going to be, I think, very clunky in terms of traffic. I think even more so than over here, and hopefully we are able to see more teams and stuff coming in. Hopefully my team will be in as well. But I'll be completely impartial.
Of course, and yeah, we look forward to that one as well. But yeah, Nürburgring next time. I couldn't really think of a better replacement for it than Le Castellet in France. So certainly a good replacement on that. But yeah, that is going to be everything we have time for in terms of the calendar. Like we keep saying, Nürburgring is the next round on May the 24th. We then have the following rounds of Imola, July 19th, Spa-Francorchamps, August 16th, British Silverstone, September 13th, and the Portuguese Algarve, Portimão, October 25th. Thank you all who have tuned in and enjoyed watching this as much as we have here sitting in the commentary booth. My name has been Ashley Denman and I have had Lorenzo Bonda alongside me the entire time. It's been a fantastic evening of racing, and thank you Samuli Kumo behind the scenes keeping everything running. That is the first round of the European Sports Car Championship done and dusted, and of course we now have a little bit of a wait to the next one, but May 24th for the Nürburgring. Don't miss it because it's going to be another thriller. Thank you very much. Bye bye.